My name's Amirul. I'm going to be your MC today. Okay, we will begin with the Johor state anthems and followed by the Malaysia national anthem, Negaraku. I kindly invite everyone to please rise when the anthems begin. Okay, before that, I would like to give a little bit of introduction for today's event. Okay, Kluang Radio Festival 2025 is organized by Pertubuhan Regenerasi Bandar Kluang with the strong support of Arts for All Seasons Art Fest under Yayasan Hasanah. In collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, is a national grant platform that uplifts Malaysian artists and creatives by giving them spaces to express, share, and bring their work to life. We are proud to announce that KRF 2025 is one of the official Art Fest grantees for the year 2025. We also wish to acknowledge the support of Kementerian Pengangkutan Malaysia, Kementerian Pelancongan Seni dan Budaya Malaysia, RAC, KTMB, and Pejabat Adun Mengkibul. And a special highlight goes to RAC, whose commitment and multiple rounds of discussion help unlock new possibilities for our venue, the Laman Rail Makota. Our appreciation also goes to KTMB for their support in curatorial contents, and also to the Office of YB Chu for their full backing in making these events a reality. KRF 2025 is proudly sponsored by YTL. We also have exclusive KRF themed souvenirs, specially crafted by Claytons for all our VIP guests. And of course, our heartfelt thanks to our local brand sponsors, GWM Kluang, Kluang Rail, Coffee, Metric Concepts, TA Globals, Toyota, Hong Huat, and Shenshin Organics. And finally, a warm appreciation to the President of Pertubuhan Regenerasi Bandar Kluang, Mr. Lim Ket Kiong, for his continuous leadership and support. Okay, next we will have our welcoming speech delivered by YB Chu Chongsin. So I don't know Monkey Ball, so I welcome him.
Terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis Encik Amirul yang juga sangat berminat dalam bidang placemaking. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Mbak Dani. Terima kasih kepada semua tetamu yang hadir petang ini. Dan saya harap International Forum ini menjadi satu permulaan yang berjaya untuk Pesta Ray Kluang 2025. As this is an international forum, allow me to also continue my speech in English. Distinguished speaker and guests from Malaysia, Singapore, Korea, China, Taiwan, and friends from far and near. Welcome to Kluang and welcome to this Kluang Railway Festival International Forum. We begin this festival with an international forum because we believe a place-based initiative like this should also connect to the world. This year carries special significance for Kluang. With the official arrivals of the electrified double-track train, ETS, in August, our town has entered into a new chapter, not only in terms of physical connectivities, but also in terms of cultural, social, and urban imagination. The theme of this year's forum, Railway as a Catalyst for Local Economics and Social Development, reflect a belief we hold deeply. A railway is never just a mode of transport. It is a memory, it is connection, it is also a platform where people and stories meet and where new possibility can begin to grow. Connecting local perspective with the world. We are honored to welcome railway experts, urban regeneration practitioners, and placemakers from Singapore, Korea, China, Taiwan, Malaysia. In their respective cities, they have transformed old rail lines, former stations, and industrial relics into vibrant public spaces. Their work gives Kluang a chance to learn, exchange, and participate in the global conversation on culture-based urban regeneration. Through this international gathering, we hope to expand our sense of what is possible. How far can a small town go when it opens itself to the world? And what kind of future become imaginable when we break free from old limitations? Rediscovering local brilliance, Kluang Showcase. One of the core intentions of the Ray Festival is to help people rediscover the value Kluang has always possessed. From our 1911 Kluang railway station to the stories and memories embedded in our old street, to the resilience and creativity of local brands. Our Kluang Showcase series is our way of paying tribute to this town. Through this forum and festival, we hope local residents can once again feel pride in their home and recognize that our cultural assets are the foundation for long-term and sustainable development. A place where local and international voices meet, converse, and collaborate. We also hope the Ray Festival become a true platform for exchange, where local and international practitioners share their expertise, where government agencies and communities explore new regeneration models together, where local brands and creative talents find opportunities to collaborate, and where seeds of future long-term partnership can be planted over these 3 days of forum. We do not wish for the Ray Festival to become an one-off fireworks show. Instead, we hope it becomes a starting point, one that brings more cross-border learning, more university collaboration, more community co-creation, and more sustained urban initiative. Embark on a new journey together. A single railway track of the past is now being reimagined as a living public park, our Laman Ray Makota. The discussion today on site activation, adaptive reuse, and people-centered public space will be important guidance as we take next step forward for Kluang. We sincerely thank all speakers and for sharing your knowledge, your insights, and our partners for your trust and support. And to everyone here who believe in Kluang's potential and choose to work this journey together with us, thank you. Let us use this forum to be courageous, to be creative, and to open new doors of collaborations. Together, let us reimagine how railways can connect our past, shape our present, and guide us toward a better future. Lastly, also thank you to PLAB who helped us to organize this international forum. And thank you once again and welcome to the Kluang Ray Festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, YB Chu Chong Sin, for the very meaningful speech. Next, we are going to deliver the certificates for the first panel given by the YB Chu Chong Sin, the certificates. So the first speakers, I would like to invite Miss Agnes So from Singapore, okay, also with YB certificates. And then please wait, we were going to have a photo session. And then Miss Zhu Jingjing. After this, we're going to have a group photo. Okay. Next, Mr. Chung Hon Jeon. And then Mr. Chang Wen Chan. And also Miss Lina Ng. We're going to have a group photo. Sorry, excuse me. Together. Okay, group photo. Okay, and then after this, group photo with all the audience and participants. Okay, sit. Okay, please have a seat. We are going to take picture. Okay. Okay, everybody. photo of everyone today. Okay, next, before I pass and hand in the mic to the next moderator, Miss Lina Ng, I would like to read and introduce our amazing speakers, international from 4 different countries. Thank you very much for coming to Kluang. Okay, for the first speakers, we have Miss Agnes So. So Miss Agnes So is an accredited landscape architect and associate directors at Grant Associate with nearly 20 years of international experience across Asia, Australia, and the Middle East. She has led major public realms, ecological, and infrastructure projects, including the award-winning Shenton Bay Elevated Walkway, Greater Sentosa, Brani Master Plans, and multiple Blue-Greens Master Plans. She also contributes to education and industry development as an adjunct instructor at NUS, National University of Singapore, and a council member of SILA. Okay, the next speaker, we have Miss Zhu Jingjing. She's a senior landscape designer with nearly 20 years of experience in cultural tourism and real estate landscape design. A graduate of Xiamen University, China, and a winner of multiple awards, including the Idea King Award. She has led design teams to deliver over 30 projects annually across urban parks, commercial complexes, and high-end residential developments. Ms. Zhu specialized in creating human-centered, culturally rooted, and ecological sustainable landscape spaces. And with notable works such as Xiamen Railway Cultural Parks, Wu Yuan Bay Starry Sky Bay, and multiple large-scale urban renewal and hospitality projects across China. Okay. Bear with me, the next one, because all have a very, very outstanding achievements and experience. So the next one, Mr. Jung Hoon Jeons, he has led numerous regional innovation projects through the collective impact strategy with over 30 years of experience across government, civil society, and private sector. In Korea, he directed the regional problem-solving platform projects, building a collaborative system among the public, private, and civic sectors. As Director of Innovation at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Mr. Hoon managed citizen policy proposal and national agenda design. And then he currently serves as an adjunct professor at Kim Young and Kyung Pok National University, and also a research fellow at Seoul National University. The next one, we have Mr. Chang Wen-chan. So he's an associate professor at National Yulin University of Science and Technology, Taiwan, specializing in AI empowerment for local communities, digital transformation for regional industries, and social impact design for sustainability. So Mr. Chang is a key contributor to Taiwan's sustainable developments and regional innovation initiatives. And then the last and but not least, our moderator for the first session, we have Miss Lina Ng Wei Lings. She's Chief Operating Officer, Property Railway Asset Holding. Her career began with TR Hamzah and Young. Since then, Ms. Lina has worked with consultancy at a wide range of projects, scaled from master plans to hotel, luxury residence to offices and data centers. Her role now with RAC is to support the creation of transit-oriented developments, such as Seremban Central and Laman Rail Mahkota Kluang. Okay, and then with due respect, I'll pass the next floor to the moderator, Ms. Lina. And please, we need to have a sitting. How's the sitting? After. Okay. Okay.
Can I borrow? Okay, so I'd like to invite Ms. Agnes to come up and perhaps share with her her project experience. She has some very interesting projects that I think a lot of you will find of interest today. So, do you want to take the last one?
All right. Thank you so much for the invitation to come here. Today, because we have another presentation tomorrow, so I'll just do a very short presentation of one of our other projects along the rail corridor line. All right. So as you can see, this is Elementum and the Buona Vista node. This is very, very newly open. Just opened up in April last year. And this is one of 3 nodes that we have developed along the rail corridor. So as many of you might know, the rail corridor used to be the former KTM line that connects Malaysia down to Tanjong Pagar in Singapore. And so we've got a collection of 3. And today I'm really glad to do a quick sharing, 15-minute sharing of the Elementum. So in contrast to the Bukit Timah railway corridor, railway station, that's a heritage site. This is the site of the former Tanglin Halt. But what's unique is that you've also got multiple land challenges. As you can see, the landscape has changed across time. In 1970s, you've got that rail corridor line, and then over time, it developed when the railway line is no longer in place. The forest has come back. But then in place, what we have, you can see in the year 2019, there's a lot of, that's one north, and there are a lot of new high-tech commercial and research and innovation center in the site. And so what happens over time? So you can see the terrain has changed consistently over time. It was a marshland, and then it was it was an army campsite, and then it was a railway line. And then it became an urbanization that we see and know today. And so, sorry. This. Can you go up? Up. Okay, so this was what it used to be. So the shed that you see is Tanglin Halt, and that's where the gates used to change. So there are 2 lines separating. One goes up to Woodlands, the other one goes down to Portland, and this is what it used to look like, where the railway tracks were there and Tanglin Halt was there. And then over time, when the railway tracks were gone, it became a really beloved nature corridor. There were community runs, and people were excited, and the forest has come back. And this was the site before we started work. And then you can see along the rail corridor, there's Holland Village, there's Metropolis, there's One North and the South. So it's a very densely urban site, but then at the same time, we have a rail corridor running through. So what do? So again, you've got the natural terrain challenges, a valley, heritage railway line, and heritage nature takes over. And so finally, how do we recreate this community destination for residents and visitors? And so what we want to do is to combine the railway line, take that heritage and turn it into something new. And so you can see the quick zoning. We've got, again, so the interesting thing about this site is also, we also have the MRT line crossing on the north. So you've got an old heritage line, you've got an existing railway track, we've got the city and the residents coming through it. And so how do we connect and create this urban connectivity? From a grassland, scrubland, young secondary forest, it becomes a city. So from a localized site, we also zoom out to look at the Clementi woodlands, the southern sector, and how can we connect all these different patches of the forest corridor together. And so the planting strategy was very important. We wanted to reforest and recreate the forest corridor along the way. And so this is sort of an overview and aerial shot during the design stage. And you can see as within the dense building, we've got a nature corridor coming through. So the next few sections, I'll show you quickly what was the before and after and how we revitalized the site. So you can see this is the site before it was done. It was a grasslands. And then you've got the MRT tracks on top. And this is what it looks today. So when the city builds up around it, and the site is now a community node. And then in designing the buildings, we really want the building to be part of the landscape. And so it seamlessly transitions into the landscape through a series of ramps. What you see also is the interesting retail facades along the way. So if you can see, this is the railway track. So this is the actual location of the former track. And now what it has become in its place, instead of a railway line, it's now actually a footpath for cycling, for jogging, and for residents to enjoy. And what's interesting is underneath, we still have a water line going through. So it's not just a park connector, it's also an infrastructure connection. And you can see under the viaducts, that's also where we are looking at. Again, there's some community events, and this is actually the launch day of this park. So you can, just a quick cross-section to see, so very, in the way, I think the topic of this discussion is how do we revitalize social and local connections. And so you can see the building is very much integrated with the rail corridor, and there are retail frontages along the site, as you can see. So the building was designed in a way, all the retail faces the rail corridor, so that you get the views, you get the energy from the building. Again, and then there are dedicated bicycle stations and changing stations along the way, what we call end-of-trip facilities, so that people can cycle along the entire rail corridor, get into a change of clothes, shower, and go to work. So that's where your real end-of-trip facilities are. And then along the edge of the building, it's all lushly planted, so that you blur the boundary between the private development and the public development. There's no fence along the way. Maybe somebody might want to hazard a guess, where is the boundary line? All right? But you can see all the retail is along that frontage, and this is what it looks at night. So there's that blurring of the density into the rail corridor, which is very rustic. So, and this is how people come through every day to work. And this is how it looks during the day. There are also, the developer is also very generous. There is a sculpture program that we have integrated within the building. So you can see, as you're coming through, multiple layers of the building, it's all very connected to the park. You can see the park in the background. Actually, that's the rail corridor in the background. And then within the building itself, again, we want to make sure that the landscape comes into the ground floor and the public realm. So you can see that's a fun toast next to it. And then within the park, you can see the building. And these are actually swales that can flood up to 2 hours whenever there's a torrential rain. And then underneath the viaduct, you can see we are also using these sheltered spaces for public activity. So we've colored the concrete so that it just doesn't just look like a leftover space. And that's actually the opening event. I have another picture of the opening event for the park. And so as you can see, the landscape bleeds up into the building as well. We've got different scales of public realm within the building. And you can see in the background, there are some trees, and that's where the landscape goes up. So in terms of the planting selection, because we want to reforest this corridor, we wanted to make sure that the plant species also go up the building. So it's not just an ornamental collection, but really something that is quite ecological. And so this was the starting point of the design. You can see the integration between the new railway track, the old railway track, and the forest corridor, and then the planting that goes up vertically. And this is what it looks like today. So these last 3 shots are some of my favorite shots. You can start to see the landscape bleeding in. There's this porosity on the ground plane. People can go up. And then from the top view, you can actually see the landscape around it. And it's all very seamless. You feel like it's one integrated development, but actually there's the rail corridor and there's a very modern building next to it. And then finally, as you're walking through, you still see the new railway line, but it no longer feels like a piece of infrastructure, but very much a public realm. All right, and with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Beautiful projects there. And I think we were chatting just before, and it shows our age, perhaps, that we remember taking the sleeper train all the way to Tanjung Pagar in Singapore, which no longer happens. But our next speaker is Zhu Jingjing from Xiamen. So if I could invite her to come to the stage and present a little bit about the Xiamen Railway Park, which is, I think, a beautiful project and has many lovely components.
大家好，很高兴来到居然为大家分享一些关于铁道上我们如何去激活铁道，在铁道上做一个城市的复兴，这么一个讨论的一个主题。
Hello, I'm very happy to come to Kluang here today to share some case studies from Xiamen to see how we approach railway regeneration.
我们都知道，在现在一个全球化跟城市化进程非常加速的这么一个时代。那铁路作为一个工业时代的一个遗产，那我们是如何要怎么去激活它，来让它给我们的社会带来一些经济上的，还有一些共鸣呢？那我们今天会做一些这方面的一个从3个方面来做这一个探讨。
So in the age of globalization and urbanization, railways as a relic from the industrialization times, how we can have it to generate economic value. We will approach this topic from three angles, and it is what I will be introducing today.
今天我想从3个方面，跟大家一起来探讨，这3个维度，一个我们如何重塑这个一个空间，然后还有如何激活它的产业赋能，包括如何在铁道上跟社区做一个共建。
So the first is adaptive reuse, and the second is So the other one is the regeneration, and one is community, how to blend the community and the infrastructure.
铁道作为一个空间重构的一个线性影机，那我们是从一个单中心到一个多中心的一个网络发展。那我们希望它作为一个打破一个地理界限的一个交通枢纽。那如何通过一种模式我们来打破这个局限地界的一个局限？首先我们可以看一下一些案例，一些比较适配性的一些案例，包括日本的通过 TOD 模式的融合一个商业居住还有公共服务功能的一些如何打造一个15分钟的生活圈经济生活圈，包括我们整个铁道如何我们做一些生态的缝合，包括一些慢行系统的一个打造。
So okay, so first railways as a linear kind of like engine, how we go from a single center to multiple centers as a network, and how the value of railways can go beyond the limitations of geography, so that they can help the economic kind of development in the city, and help to bring together a 15-minute city, 15-minute kind of like community, and also how to seamlessly integrate the nature and an ecosystem. Yes.
我们众所周知，在日本的京都站，它通过一个站点来融合周边的一个博物馆，还有商业、居住等各个功能。那它这种 TOD 的一个模式来打造一个全新的一个经济中心。那还有中国的一个昆明称叶铁路站点，它是通过一个原有的一个旧铁路来融合一个用现代新的一个手法 来做一个空间的结合，让整个铁路它不仅仅是一个交通的站点，它而且是一个整个空间，还有就是城市的一个催化剂。
So here we have two examples, one from Japan and one from China. So the Kyoto station, it combines the museums, cultural, and also the commercial, the F&B, and also retail. So that, and also in Kunming in China, we see that the transportation functions, it's not the single function of the station, but it's about bringing in other functions into the space. So they can serve as catalyst for the public spaces.
我们如何做一个铁道遗产的一个活化，就是如何把这个工业遗存的一个遗产做发展到一个文化地标。我们知道就是现在文化对在地文化的一个重要性，包括就是我们铁道遗产的一个活化，就是在这个更新的过程中是怎么个实践？那我们要通过就是转化活化成一个文化地标，来唤醒公众对这个铁道的一个记忆，一个历史的记忆，然后从而来激活周边的一个产业动能。
So it's she says that locally cultural landmarks are very important. So how do we turn the industrial heritage into something that can remind the locals about the historical memories? Yes.
就像比如说德国的鲁尔期，这是一个很成功的一个案例。它就是把工业遗产、文旅，包括创新这么一个复合业态做一个糅合。那它就是通过旧钢铁厂的一个改造，目前是可以创造就是每年一个200万人次的一个人流的引导，包括就是它周边商业也带动了一个30%的一个提升。
So this case study in Germany, it combines industrial heritage, tourism, and innovation. And it brought in 2 million visitors every year and has an increase of 30% of the economic income profits.
然后我还要分享一个中国重庆离子坝跟鹅林2厂的一个文创产业园，它是以前就是一个蒸汽是一个老旧工厂，但是它保留了很多就是旧遗产的一些元素。就是比如说信号灯、蒸汽汽车这些，然后植入我们现在一些创意的东西，包括就是艺术工作室、咖啡室、主题咖啡室这样一个复合业态，来从而就是吸引一个年轻的一个人流，来提升它整个就是打造它整个一个新的一个生态模式。
So like this case study in Chongqing, we see a lot of common parts that they are relics from the second industrial revolution, factories, and a lot of these old elements like signs and the old spaces are now attracting a new generation. And we have art studios and hipster cafes coming in to make the places more vibrant.
目前这个项目它给重庆带来的就是一个可以年50万人次的一个客流量，然后包括就是因为它植入的新型商业，就带动这个商业的租金也增长了将近40%。
So for this case study, it brings more than 500,000 new visitors and also helps the value of the surrounding properties to appreciate in value.
而我们这种铁道活化模式的一个核心，就是我们要保留它原有的基底，然后植入新的一个文创意的东西，来加深它的一个产业活力，然后从而形成就是遗产保护、产业升级到一个社区振兴的一个良性的一个循环。
So one of the key points in these case studies is preserving the old but bringing in something new and also combining culture and also some new technologies so that you can hit 3 birds in 1 stone, in which you have the heritage conservation, and you have the upgrading of the industries, and also the revival of the communities. Then it has a virtuous cycle. Yeah, the opposite of a vicious cycle. Yes.
我觉得就是我们铁道一个整个复兴的最重要的也是最关键的一点，其实是社区共建，就是如何让居民、政府、企业甚至是高校，我们怎么做一个合作的互动，来就是共同的来把这个事情就是做一个发展。
So this is something that the three sectors, from citizen to the public sector and also private sector companies, must come together to achieve this goal. So we cannot achieve this by only one sector. Everyone needs to pitch in their parts.
在我们中国就是京张铁路，它就是一个很成功的社区、高校跟社会组织一个共同去打造的一个项目。那通过它是在这个铁路所属社区的一个所属的社区，它通过跟北京林业大学的一个合作，来做一系列的主题活动，比如记忆金章、寻迹金章等，然后帮这些铁路元素融入整个一个社区的景观，并且利用就是项目所在的一些空置地，来让居民参与互动，包括做一些公益积分的打卡之类的，就是实现的就是整个我们铁道的文化传承跟社区整个治理的一个深度融合。
So this case study, the Jingzhang Railway, it relies on the support of the community, the university, and also NGOs. And they have some community activities like the memories of Jingzhang and tracing the heritage and so on. So that in some of the landscape architecture also reuse some of the empty, unused kind of land plots, so that you can have this the cultural and the social aspects come together.
而我们这种就是整个共建、社区共建的一个模式，就是我们要如何整合社会资源，然后来优化这些配置，并且就是激活它的内生动力。因为我们就是一个铁道项目的那个提升改造，它不仅仅就是说作为我们设计者你想要建什么，而是这些受众者、这些居民他需要什么。
From this designer perspective, it's less of what they want to build, but really understanding what the community needs. So it's quite challenging because they have to figure out how to combine the different separate resources. It's like a reallocation of resources, but more from understanding from the community perspective rather than a top-down kind of traditional approach. Okay.
就是我们整个铁路，就是铁路的一个遗产，其实远远是没有被发掘的。就是它不仅仅就是局限于我们传统的一种思想，它只是一个交通，只是一个交通工具。但是呢，就是作为现今的发展，它其实是一个地方经济还有社会发展的一个催化剂。我们如何用这个交通枢纽来带动我周边的产业及居民有一个认同感、参与感，然后包括我们如何重新的枢纽空间，让就是居民知道，就是说，在这边有服务于我的就是一些功能性的东西，然后包括可以扶持一些青年的创业，融入一些文创产品，让就是整个盘活整个地区的一个经济。
So she believes that the railway is not just about transportation. It has a lot of untapped potential, and it could even create employment opportunities for the younger generations. But it's how to help the local residents see the relevance with the railways, so that it's something that they can feel closer and more connected emotionally. And in that way, the railway can really bring real economic value.
我觉得在整个一个铁道的一个项目中，就是我们作为设计者，他是 处于一个倾听者的一个身份，就是我们需要倾听，就是民众的需求、企业的需求，还有政府的需求，倾听多方的一个需求以后，我们将他们所需要的东西作为一个整合，来通过空间的手法做一个整合。
So as the designers, actually, we're more of listeners and integrators. We need to listen carefully the needs of the government and the residents and also the companies and how to combine them into something that can benefit all the parties. So the designing aspect is actually more of listening and integrating.
好，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Xu. I think we all know that China's development in the railway industry has been one of the world's best as of to date, but certainly that's the macro level. So the micro level, at the regional level, things like the Xiamen Cultural Park do add benefit to the environment. And I think Xiamen is one of the loveliest cities in China, very well planned. So we'll bring you to our next speaker, Chung Hoon-jeon from Korea. So we could invite you to share with us a little bit about your Martello rejuvenation plan. Thank you.
Selamat petang semua. I'm Hoon. I'm from Korea. Today I will speak English. Don't worry. I brought my script. So everything will be safe. Let's begin. Today I like to share how rail station and become cultural platform and a lifestyle engine based on Korea's experience. Yeah. Oh, next. Yeah. About me. Yeah. For 27 years, I have worked across all sectors of society. Arts, government, local community, cooperation, youth, and social innovation, and place branding. And throughout those years, rail stations have always been a key stage where culture, mobility, and everyday life meet. Yeah, next. When Daegu's subway opened in 1997, I began to see the station not just as an infrastructure, but as a public stage of daily life. Yeah, next. So I asked two questions. Why must a subway be only transit space? Two, can it become a performance venue? Yeah, next. In 1999, I turned that idea into reality. We staged the performance and the exhibition on subway platform. People pause during their commute. A cold transit space become a cultural space. Yeah, next. Around the same time, Seoul had a similar vision. We joined the process and created rail art, where I served as a director of planning, linking artists to stations nationwide. It showed me that stations can become cultural gateway. Yeah, next. Station became platforms where art, emotion, and the daily routine blended. Yeah, next. 2004 marked the beginning of Korea's high-speed rail era. Cities became closely connected, and the rail became a foundation for new cultural flow. Yeah, next. That same year, my band, James, released its first album and embarked on a KTX station tour. We traveled station to station with heavy equipment, nearly living in the car. But though that journey, I learned rail is not transportation. It is a cultural network. Yeah, next. Every point on this map was not just a station. It was a scene, a moment, a connection. Together, they formed a cultural network across the country. Yeah, next. Over time, many small stations closed. 80 out of 692 stations became abandoned. Yeah, next. Close happened due to high-speed rail bypass, line straightening, population declining, car-centered mobility, fragmented local economies. But abandoned stations are not dead. They are heritage assets waiting for representation. Yeah. Next. Korea's station reuse cases fall into 6 categories. 6. 1. Photo spot. 2. Event-driven. 3. Theme park. 4. Culture complex. 5. Everyday life linking. 6. Legacy-based storytelling. The sustainable ones are 4, 5, and 6. Next. Many stations were renovated as photogenic spaces, but ranked meaningful programming. Next. Beautiful spaces mean nothing if they don't connect with the local daily movement of people. Next. They look great on Instagram, but have no community, no economy, no rhythm. This is a model Kluang must avoid. Yeah, next. Gokseong Train Village in Korea. Gokseong succeeded by designing an entire, very important thing, one-day lifestyle experience. Stream locomotive, river landscape, seasonal festival, family-centered programming, walkable, slow living path. It is train, river, family, very important thing, one-day life. The station became a place of memory, emotion, and slow time. Yeah, next. Near Gokseong Station nearby, Tukbang Market. Tukbang Market sits right next to Gokseong Station. It is the living extension of the train village. Local sellers and farmers, crafters, food, small performance. Monthly market rhythm, a space where visitors become temporary locals. This market turned tourism into daily economic circulation and created Gokseong's true identity. Yeah, next. Kluang has 3 rail assets: rail DNA, coffee culture, and local life. Next. Combined, they come from Kluang Rail Life, a lifestyle brand unique in Southeast Asia. Next. I suggest 3 key messages. Number 1, rail as experience. Rail can become a stage, memory, and cultural platform. Number 2, coffee as identity. Kluang coffee is not product. It is the scent and the texture of the city's identity. Number 3, local life as content. Everyday life, markets, streets, people, can become authentic global content. Next. This festival can become the beginning of a new rail-based lifestyle movement for Kluang. We will open this story fully in the 45-minute session tomorrow. Yeah. Terima kasih banyak semua. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chung Hoon-jeon. Very inspiring stories there on your experience of how stations can be centers of entertainment. And in fact, we believe that stations should become destinations, and hopefully we can discuss this a little further in the next panel session. So the final speaker for today is Chang Wen-shan from Taiwan, also here to hopefully inspire all of us with some amazing projects in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Wen-shan. I'm from Taiwan Union University. Right now, I have a ready note of English, so don't worry. Maybe if you cannot understand my mother language, you can watch the screen. Okay, right now.
You have English slides.
Okay, next page. Okay. 刚开始我还是希望说用一个比较人文关怀，还有这些情感面向的这个角度，跟大家提出我的看法。
So first, I'd like to introduce some of my perspectives from more of like an emotional kind of like angle.
OK， 我个人认为铁道是遗产哈，当然也是一个城市的记忆，那也是人们情感的长河。我们今天聚集在这个地方，我很希望说谈的不是再利用，是希望能够唤醒我们沉醉已久的铁道，那让它能够再次成为推动地方前行的脉动。
So railway heritage is the memory of a city and a river of human emotions. As we gather here today, I hope we not speak of only reuse, but also the awakening of long slumbering tracks and letting them once again pulse as the heartbeat of local revival.
Okay, thank you. 另外，我想要谈的是，我们这一段的旧的铁轨啊，也是一座旧的老的车站，能够重新编织我们的人潮以及文化还有产业的连结。因为我们的这个铁道承载的不只是移动，也是一种希望，更是一种再生的力量。
So old rails, abandoned stations has the power to reweave the connections between people, culture, and industry. And railways can carry far more than movement. They can also carry hope and the enduring force of renewal.
下一页。所以我也希望说，在探讨这个议题是铁道文化的议题啊，我们要找出一个直接的对应的力量，那就是我们的铁道遗产的驱动力。
So we need to find the driving force that can help us deal with look at railway heritage, the driving forces.
驱动的不只是铁道的发展的力量，也是我们人们内心的力量。
So it's not just about developing the railways, but also the hopes of the people.
那我以个人台湾的经验提出4个驱动力。
So in Taiwan's experience, there's 4 driving forces.
第一个是如何透过3轴并进的铁道遗产再生模式。
First is the 3-axis integrated model for railway heritage regeneration.
第二是以铁道为核心的经济的系统。
Another one is an economic system that is centered around the railway.
第三个是我们要建立的是可衡量的永续的架构。
And third, we need to create a measurable standard for the sustainability framework that is also ESG aligned.
Okay. 第4个是跨国的合作平台。
And fourth is how do we have transnational collaborations, a platform for international collaborations.
也因为要谈这个4个议题，所以说我们这一次来的台湾的代表也包含了我们的斗南政工所的主秘，还有在座的我们政工所的主秘。OK。
So because we're talking about these 4 aspects, we've also invited some members of the public sector from the DAY1
镇公所 OK
Township,
Township,
Donang
okay.
Township, that are present with us and have came to Malaysia all the way here.
是
Yes, please welcome them to Malaysia.
OK。那另外我们也邀请了我们的台铁公司的处长，
And we also have
台湾铁路
from Taiwan Railway,
，Yeah。
is a senior officer from the Taiwan Railway that also has come to Malaysia.
那另外最重要的是我们云科大的永续发展中心的主任，
And also the director of Yunlin Technology, Yuntech, Center of Sustainability and Design. Yeah.
Thank you。
Thank you.
下一个 OK。So first one， OK，Mother language 第一个是要谈的是三轴并进的铁道遗产再生模式，主要是以文化、空间、社会三轴并进的铁道遗产再生模式。
So first, the three-axis integrated model. The three-axis refers to culture, space, and society. Culture, space, and society, advancing simultaneously.
这里每一个我会以3个角度来探讨台湾经验跟个人的建议。
So for every of these 3 points, culture, space, and society, I will introduce the Taiwan experience and some of his personal recommendations.
Yeah. 第一个是文化保存，建立城市记忆跟地方的身份。
So first is how do we have cultural preservation and adaptive reuse, 空间活化, and how to get the participation of the society.
OK， 以台湾的经验，在这个地方包含了台北的机场的文化资产保存。
So Taiwan's experience also includes the preservation of an old factory in Taipei.
Yeah， 台北。OK。那因为细节比较多，我把这个简报的内容会留给大家。那我个人的建议是，我们可以用台北机场模式来打造铁道文化资产的盘点系统，提供马来西亚跟亚洲各城市共同参考。
So there's too many details in the PPT, but he will share the PPT with everyone. But we will reference the experience and the story of a Taipei factory. It's a rail factory. Taipei rail factory to as a reference for Malaysia and other countries in other Asian countries.
Yeah. 第二个是在空间的活化上面，应该要兼具文化与现代的用途。
So first, in the adaptive reuse, we need to balance the cultural preservation, but also have the modern functionality.
那各位可以从网站上找到的圣心车站的旧山线铁道自行车的这个 case 哈。
So there's a case study in Shengxing railway station, and it has a bicycle path.
Yeah, bicycle
going up the mountain.
Yeah, going up mountain. 那我个人建议，这个个案可以提供给大家，在于如何强调旧轨道新用途的模式。就例如说，铁道自行车夜间导览、策展空间。
So he recommends that this is a good case study to look at for that, which includes the railed bicycle service and night guidance. So it's night tourism, and also space for curation.
Yes, curation. Yeah. OK. 第3个是社会的参与，我们如何让铁道路线成为社区共同的资源。
So next is the participation of the community, how we can turn the railway line into a shared resource among the community.
那我们台湾的经验有一个地方叫做青铜平溪线，那是让居民来共同参与文化保存。
So a place in Taiwan, Qingtong Pingxi line, has the active participation of the residents in the preservation of their culture.
在这里，我个人的建议是鼓励当地的居民参与历史的采集、记录志工以及共创工作坊。
So his recommendation and what you've seen is we have to encourage local citizens to come in the documentation of history
called workspace
and also volunteer documentation.
yeah.
Volunteered documentarians, and also co-creation workshops.
co-workshop，
嗯
OK，
OK，
好。那第二个是谈到以铁道为核心的经济系统，就是 economic system， 那是以地方的经济循环的系统。
So how do we turn the railway into a circular economic system?
OK， 第一个是我们如何透过体验型的观光，再加上我们的在地的品牌化。
So how do we approach that through experiential tourism and also the local branding?
Local branding，yeah。以台湾的经验是，大家可以参考集集县跟集集小镇的再生。
Another interesting case study in Taiwan is Jiji Rail Line and also Jiji Town, the regeneration of this line and town.
那我个人的建议是，我们可以透过铁道节，然后成为农产、手作、铁道文化的品牌的整合平台。
So this is quite similar to Kluang. So how railway festivals can combine agriculture, handicrafts, crafts,
DIY.
DIY crafts, and also railway culture.
Yeah,
this is quite similar to Kluang.
Okay, integration.
The integration of these three aspects.
第二个是市集经济跟微型的创业的支持。
The flea market economy and micro entrepreneurship.
OK。那台湾的经验是，各位可以参考云林虎尾铁桥，还有市集跟青年的文创。
So more case studies from where your university is at in Yunlin. Yunlin Huwei Steel Bridge Flea Market and youth cultural creation, creation.
Cultural creation.
Cultural creations.
个人的建议是希望能够透过跨国的这样的market network， 让市集成为创作者的交流的平台。
So he believes that we can look into having international connections between these rail festival and creative market networks, so they're not only limited to the local creators and the peoples in the community. So there's more international.
第三个是，就如同我们这一次的经验，是把产学社产官学研产官学社把它整合在一起。社区是社区，社是指社区。
So again, this is how we can bring together the industry, public sector, and the community to align in these goals.
以台湾的经验，各位可以参考高雄打狗的铁道故事馆。
So a case study in Kaohsiung打狗 railway story museum.
OK， 我个人建议是，鼓励马来西亚的城市跟大学合作铁道节，然后铁道教育跟文化保存计划，就如同这一次的做法一样。
So he really recommends that in Malaysia we have to work closer with universities to approach these projects, just like this railway festival is doing now.
Next. 第三个是我们如何建立可衡量的永续架构，也是目前最重要的议题。那就是如何跟 ESG 跟永续管理的架构去做结合。
So this is a huge key point. And how do we make it quantifiable? Otherwise, it's hard to realize.
那第一点是在环境面向如何做低碳交通跟碳中和的管理。
So in the ESG, environmental sustainability goals, governance. In the E part is how do we look into lessening the carbon footprint in the transportation and manage the neutral carbon emittance.
那以台湾的经验是台北的铁道园区的低碳运输串联的规划。
So in Taiwan they do have like a planning system for the Taipei railway
area.
area, which combines the metro railway and the bicycle lanes.
Yeah. 我个人建议是把铁道节导入 Gold Standard 的自愿性碳额度的注销，就碳注销。Gold Standard 的标准。
So he believes that we have to incorporate the gold standard in the.
That's a international standard.
There's an international standard in the measuring the carbon footprint.
Yes.
Yes.
OK. 那第二点是在社会面向是如何做到弱势参与、多元教育跟公民的参与。
So on the social aspect, how do we bring the underprivileged or the people at the fringes of society to come in to participate,
yes,
and also have a more diversified education approach to have people participate in this.
那在台湾的经验是，各位可以参考二水车站它的志工的制度跟社会的教育。
So they have a volunteer system in Ershui railway station. That it combines volunteerism and education and community education together.
那我的建议是如何鼓励马来西亚发展铁道导览员的培训的制度。
So he recommends how can Malaysia develop the guides, local guides that are focused on the railway, how to have a education system to have more of these guides come in, which can create employment.
那第三个在治理方面是多方的协助铁道遗产的治理模式。
And how, for example, like building up a rail heritage governance board so that people from different sectors can come in to participate in governing the railway heritage.
OK， 台湾经验是应该可以跟政府这一边做到的对接是台湾铁道的文化资产的审议委员会。
审议委员会
community。
Okay, so in Taiwan, what they did there's a board, there's a governance board, similar to like we have a railway assets corporation, we have RAC here. So they also have a heritage board that looks into their heritage railway assets.
所以这个可以跟政府、铁道公司、学界、社区的代表共同来参与。
So with that board, then you can have the people from the different sectors come together to be on the same kind of be aligned in the goals.
Yes.
So RAC is very important.
Okay, next. 最后一个是如何做跨国的合作的平台，然后来打造亚洲的铁道遗产的复兴平台。
And the last one is how we can develop a pan-Asian platform for the heritage revitalization.
Cooperation.
So that not every country is just doing their own thing. You have like more collaborations between other countries.
但第一个就是亚洲铁道遗产再利用的联盟。特别强调是亚洲哦，就是所有的。
So we could have like an alliance within Asia that looks at how we can have a adaptive reuse for the railway heritage, but emphasis on Asian railway heritage.
例如说我们在座的有 Korea， 有台湾，也有 China， 那我们可以做一个很好的一个联盟。
For example, like the participants that's come to the festival today, we could have an alliance in that sense.
那另外第二个是学术跟实务的跨国的研究。
And how can we bring in academic and also research, cross-country research?
那也希望说跟马来西亚大学合作，来执行铁道遗产再生的比较性的研究。
He hopes to have collaboration with local Malaysian university to have the comparative analysis and research on the railway case studies.
Yeah, case study. 最后一个是永续指标的共用。
And have a shared ESG framework.
Yes.
It's got to be a framework that everyone is on the same standards for these ESG goals.
共同来制定我们的铁道节的碳排放的计算标准。
So you could also have quantitative analysis of the carbon output of the Railway Festival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next. 最后，我用这一句话来做总结哈。我希望说，铁道遗产成为亚洲城市彼此连接的语言，也希望说，让这样的合作跟共好，在铁道的这一个轨道的上持续的去前进。
So he hopes that the railway heritage can become a shared language that connects the different Asian peoples and cities and allow collaboration and collective prosperity to move forward along these tracks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chang. I think, in actual fact, Kaohsiung Park was one of the case studies that we looked at from Taiwan, and we looked at Kaohsiung Park, a lot of the design elements and the heritage preservation. It's very important that we learn from each other, as you mentioned. So we'll just set up quickly for the next panel discussion with all the speakers. We'll have a short Q&A with the audience as well. And I think one interesting thing that has come up from all the sessions, the speaking sessions today, is that Asia actually has a shared railway heritage. Korea, China, Taiwan. Malaysia, for example, our railway network dates back to early 1890s. That's when the first railway line was set up from Port Weld to Taiping. So a lot of the trains that you see today that's running, there's the same rail alignment that was set up in the time of the British. So we have a shared railway history with Singapore, obviously. And I think as we look more towards expanding our networks in Asia, hopefully we can continue to grow and learn from each other. So I think this has been a wonderful forum for us to learn that our railway history is shared amongst all of us. And it dates to a time when we were far more industrialized. But now in the modern age, we're looking to redevelop a network for the people, to bring people together and drive us forward. So if I could invite our speakers to come on stage, and we'll have a short Q&A, and then maybe some questions from the audience as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for the sessions today. Some very good information. So we'll start with a few questions for each of the speakers, and then we'll open it up to the audience for some questions at the end. So perhaps I'll start first with our first speaker, Agnes, if I could ask you. Obviously, the railway corridor has a strong historical link between Malaysia and Singapore. But what were some of the challenges that you found in implementing that? Because it's obviously a very long stretch, many kilometers. So how was your stakeholder engagement along the way as you worked on that railway corridor park?
So I think the situation or the conditions in Singapore are quite different, because obviously we removed the train tracks and released the land parcels along the side. And so we have this continuous, essentially turning the rail corridor into a green corridor network. But having said that, I think like many of the railway lines, land parcels and land development along the railway corridor is always quite critical. How do we stitch the fabric together? It's quite critical, especially for Singapore, because we are land scarce. So we don't have long stretches where we can allow the forest to just regenerate. So I think based on our experience on the two nodes, obviously with Bukit Timah Railway Station, we are next to the forest catchment. So that's a lot easier to control. But with Elementum and Buona Vista Node, you can start to see you've got residential, you've got commercial, you've got a high-tech park. How do we make this accessible to people? So I think one of the key things that we really needed to negotiate when it's a redevelopment is how do you keep the line rustic? How do you keep the corridor natural? And still allow new developments to happen so that communities can come to something shiny and new. I think that was one of the biggest challenges. And obviously, because it's an infrastructure, and we need to engage with different government agencies as well to make sure that their stakeholders are happy and that their concerns are all addressed.
Thank you so much. It's always a challenge. And what would you say has been the long-term social, environmental, well, not the word impacts, but benefits arising from that project?
So I think over the 10 years that the land was allowed to fallow, what we found is from a piece of urban grey infrastructure, it has turned into a piece of green infrastructure. And so the green corridor is very much a bird corridor that connects like Sungai Buloh all the way down to Clementi Woods and even to the southern corridor, southern shores. And so so instead of a grey piece of infrastructure that we are talking about today, like the railway station or the railway line, we wanted to keep the green infrastructure. And so that was foremost at the top of our concerns and design considerations. How do we create and ensure the continuity of this green infrastructure while having the new developments come up? And so a lot of it came down to integrating things like water-sensitive urban design. That's sort of a strategy. But then even at a very, very small scale, when we regenerated the forest cover, we were teaching the contractors to say, don't throw away the green clippings. Use the green clippings to regenerate the forest. So I think it's both the top-down strategies and macro-level strategies down to the little things that we do to implement the changes that allows the infrastructure to shine. Like I shared earlier, the corridor is not just a nature corridor. We have pipeline below. And so these are certain things that we will need to engage with state agencies.
And I think we know that Singapore is a leader in terms of TODs and sustainable design. So were there any specific policy frameworks that you were governed by during the project, whether at design stage up until implementation?
So in terms of specific policies, I would say, the site itself is quite challenging because we have drainage reserve, we have the MRT line, which is our equivalent of the railway line. So you have all these different pieces of infrastructure. So for us to incorporate nature-based solutions, it's like what we shared earlier, what I shared earlier, nature-based, water-sensitive urban design. But at the same time, all these different treatments really goes back to the larger framework of Singapore's vision of city in nature. I think that's the guiding principle. On top of all our various planning principles, city in nature was that key, and we sort of applied that. And having that connection and getting the developer support was very important.
Thank you. Some great insights there from Singapore. So perhaps I can go to our next speaker, Ms. Zhu from Xiamen. So the Xiamen Cultural Park is a wonderful project, and it's very challenging because it's 4 kilometers long. What were some of the things that you had to integrate in terms of urban environment or cultural features and landmarks into the project?
就是对于厦门呢，我们是就是我们最初的一个规划设想的核心就是我们是要保留跟活化，就是保留它原有的铁道的核心，然后保留一些就是旧材料的利用，包括保留一些历史的记忆，然后我们去活化它，就是活化一些产业，活化一些居民。 还有就是就是一些青年创业者他需要的一些需求，还有包括一些就是文创的东西，就是文创 IP 的一些植入。
So also for Xiamen, because it's also related to the government policy part, also has to emphasize the preservation and the revitalization. So. A lot of the old elements, they looked at how to keep them there. But also, they're thinking of how to create jobs for next generations and get them bring in new intellectual properties, which can help their entrepreneurship projects. So yeah, more on the intellectual property part.
Thank you. And obviously, Xiamen is a very well-developed city with a lot of infrastructure. So how did you define the zoning of the park as you move throughout? Because one thing is that we all have in common is our railway lands is very long and skinny, and you pass through a lot of different neighborhoods. So how did you define the zoning throughout the cultural park?
就那个规划方面，你是怎么去区分？
对于这个我们厦门的这个铁路公园，我们是给它作为一个3个分区，根据每个段，就是它所在段的那些居民，包括就是商店的店家的一些需求，我们分为就是一个历史记忆保护段，就是在我们的红山公园段，就是它是通过展示我们一些整个铁路的一个历史文化。这么一个段落。
So for the Xiamen site, basically they divided it into 3 zones, and each zone has its own emphasis. So from the first zone has an emphasis on the historical aspect.
第2个分区呢，我们是就是挖掘就是当地居民、周边居民他们高频使用的一个地段，来作为一个市民的休闲区。
So the second zone, they looked into identifying areas that are already frequently used by the local residents and see how they can improve the functionalities and amenities in those highly used areas in the second zoning.
最后一个分区呢，就是在我们的和平码头段，就是它沿有周边会有一些就是轻商业，例如咖啡之类的。那我们对它的建筑等整个外立面做一个提升改造，并且融入一些铁路的元素，包括一些 IP 的植入。
So the third zone actually leads to a wharf. So that is beside the sea. So there were already existing commercial entities like cafes. So on their side, it's more of standardizing how the design outlook, like have a standardized, have guidelines in how the aesthetics of the area, how they should fit in the railway heritage aesthetics. Okay. So those are the 3 zones. Yes, first historical, then residential use, and near the wharf, it's how to support the commercial entities, but have standardized aesthetics so that the commercial entities don't all do their own designs and it all looks like a mess.
Thank you. And I think for a project this size, you would have to deal with a lot of stakeholders at the local and maybe the citywide. But how did you manage that throughout the project? And did that affect your funding during the implementation stage?
.在中国，我们的这种公共空间的打造，一般都是由财政来拨付资金的。那这个就是首先就是政府来主导，但是呢，就是我们就是像铁路公园这样子，会有多部门的一个协作，包括市政府，然后厦门市政府，立化园林局，包括文旅中心、文旅局这样子。做一个多方的协作，但当然还有就是，因为我们整个4.5公里长的铁道，它是串联非常多个社区的，那就是中间的过程，我们是要跟这些社区居民代表，并且提取他们的意见来做一个融合。
So China is kind of like special in a case that it is state-led, so the funding actually comes from the government, the state, yeah. But it also involves multiple government agencies, for example, the Xiamen City Hall, and also the Department of Tourism and Culture. But they do interact and communicate with the community representatives of those different zones to get their feedback as much as possible. But when it comes to funding, it is state-sponsored.
And I think that's very important for public projects of this size, most definitely. So just final question. For what I see of the Xiamen Cultural Park, it's a recreational area. Do you have any events or any programs happening inside the park, or is it just open to the public throughout the year?
.定期的就是植入一些文化活动，比如说轻跑的马拉松，然后就是还有一些市集，包括现在就是目前为止我们是政府是在那块就是起点的地方会做已经在开始做一个招商，就是一个商业的一个招商。
So they do have regularly organized events, and one of the examples are marathon. So it's more of a sports oriented. And actually now they have a project that is opening it for commercial sponsorships.
Thank you so much. And I think that's a question that I would like to bring to my next speaker, because the programming of a space is very important, and clearly it's something that you're starting to do. So I thank you very much for your insights. I look forward to seeing the new events and programs in Xiamen Railway Cultural Park. So our next speaker, Mr. John, this is a question for you. So you very much talked about the potential of stations as venues and destinations. How have you achieved that, and what's the biggest crowd that you've managed to drive and attract so far from all this?
한국말로 하겠습니다.
He was speaking Korean.
처음 들어보시죠, 한국말.
Maybe it's quite unfamiliar to listen Korean language.
일단 대중을 모으는 방법에 대해서 질문하셨는데요.
Yeah, the question, if I hear it correctly, is how he attract the public to his the place.
일단 역은 사람이 모일 수밖에 없는 장소입니다.
First thing first, the concept of the railway or platform is where people just gather to commute.
그런데 문제는 스쳐 지나간다는 거죠, 그 사람들은.
But the issue here is they just pass by.
그럼 그 스쳐 지나가는 사람 어떻게 잡을 것인가?
So how do we make them stay longer?
롱텀 콘텐츠는 힘들고요.
So it's hard to apply something that lasts long.
숏텀 콘텐츠가 필요한데.
So you require to be something short and attractive.
그 숏텀으로 잡아 끌고 그 다음에 이어지게 하는 여러 가지 롱텀의 프로그램들이 정말 중요합니다.
So the short-term attractive content is very important. Then once they make them stay on, then followed by another short-term content for them to stay longer.
그 다음에 이제 중요한 것이 정기적인 것이죠, 레귤러한 거.
Yeah. So another important point is to be regular.
그러면 그렇게 해야 저기 가면 저것을 매일 하더라라는 어떤 암묵적 약속이 정말 중요한 겁니다.
So in order to give the people perception that if I go to this railway station, there's always an interesting event happening. There's always something that rather than just committing, but there's something else that I can achieve from there.
세 번째가 라이프 스타일과 연결되는 프로그램과 콘텐츠가 있어야 돼요.
And number 3 is this content should be related to a lifestyle.
자기와 상관없으면 사람들이 관심이 없거든요.
Because people doesn't really bother if it's not related to them.
요즘은 더 그게 심각해졌어요.
And now it is even worse.
그래서 취향과 라이프 스타일을 딱 캐치하는 것이 제일 중요하다 생각합니다.
So it's very important to catch the people surrounding or your target audience interests and their preference, etc.
So Korea has some excellent examples of railway rejuvenation. One I visited personally was Hyongdae Park in Seoul, which is actually built on a former railway lines. Perhaps you could share with the audience today how you see that project and how that's helped to rejuvenate the neighborhood. Hyongdae in Seoul. Forest Park.
예. 경희 선수길. 예. 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 그 폐선이거든요, 거기가.
That's the closed railway.
그리고 서울의 땅값이 정말 비싼 곳을 지나가는 폐선입니다.
And it passed by the most expensive parcel of the land across the Seoul.
그 폐선이 되고 나서 난리가 났어요.
So once they decided to close, there's a lot of noise from every sector.
갈아엎고 용적률 높여서 건물을 올려야 된다부터 시작해서.
And a lot of opinions about to reuse the land, that they have to just destroy the railway stations and build the high-rise buildings.
첫 번째 중요한 것은 리더의 이 관점과 역량입니다.
Yeah. So first thing is the leader of the projects, their perceptions and the philosophy.
당시에 그 박원순 시장이 도시 기획자들이란 사람을 모았어요.
So at that point in time, the Korean Seoul mayor has gathered all these placemakers, city rejuvenator experts into one. Yeah.
그래서 그 경의선 폐선을 그대로 유지하고 어떻게 그곳을 활성화할 것인지에 대한 전략을 수립하라고 이제 지시를 내린 거죠.
And he has given to them a clear instructions to come up with an idea that how are we going to remain the closed railway station yet rejuvenate the place.
그래서 거기가 홍대 근처거든요. 홍대가 인쇄 출판 디자인이 엄청 발전한 곳입니다.
So just to give a bit of a brief of the adjacent region of this railway station is where used to be a very popular in design, printings, and this kind of industry.
그리고 정부의 의지와 상관없이 민간에서 자생적으로 와우 북 페스티벌이라는 축제를 만들어서 엄청 성공을 했어요.
And disregards of the government's policy, the people who live there has come up with their own festivals called Wow Book festivals, and they really vibrant their town.
두 개가 콜라보레이션 된 거죠. 그 행정의 의지, 민간의 자생력이 콜렉티브 임팩트를 만들어낸 겁니다.
So the people's resilience of the people and also the government's policy has synergy together.
그리고 처음에 거기는 경의선 책길을 만들었거든요.
So first they had the project called the Book Railway.
그래서 그것들이 성공을 하면서
And with that, there's more and more successful case.
변화와 진화를 거듭하기 시작했고요.
And it creates the changes.
놀라운 것은 그 경의선 책길 근처에 부동산 가격이 엄청나게 올랐습니다. 트래픽이 올랐.
And because of the traffic of people coming to that venue, it even benefits the property price of that area.
예. 그래서 여기서 중요한 것은 명확한 컨셉과 행정의 추진력과 민간의 자생력 이 세 가지가 결합한 게 이제 경의선 책 사례로 볼 수 있습니다.
So the three factors that how this project lead to success is the people's resilience of the people, the government's strategy, and number three is the clear concept and perceptions.
Thank you. And I think Korea is definitely also a leading railway infrastructure country, in terms of design, development, even in supplying trains. So I was surprised to hear that there are a lot of stations that have closed down. Can I ask you why that is, and what are the plans to rejuvenate those?
네. 앞서 제가 발표에서 말씀드렸듯이 폐역사가 늘어난 이유는 아이러니하게도 이제 KTX가 발달하면서 저속역들이 다 사라지고 있는 거예요.
Yeah, during the presentations I've mentioned, there's a lot of stations are closed. That is, ironically, that is because of the introduce of a high-speed railway, which is KTX.
그래서 그 다음에 이제 인구 소멸 지역들이 늘어나고 있고.
So those high-speed rail stations gets the people try to concentrate near those stations.
처음에는 폐역사들이 늘어날 때 코레일이라는 철도 회사가 별 생각이 없었어요.
Initially, Korail, which is the Korean railway government body, didn't really have an idea.
싼 값에 팔거나 싼 값에 임대를 해줬는데 그것들이 성공하는 모델들이 나오기 시작했어요.
And they just sold it to individuals or private sectors or lease it to them, and these individuals has done successful events at those stations.
그래서 이제는 코레일이 팔거나 빌려줘요. 자기들 직접 합니다.
So now no more the Korail will lease it to private sectors. They do themselves.
그래서 어떤 계획들이냐면 뭐 여러 가지 이제 실험들이 있었는데 지금 정리된 것이 라이프스타일 앵커, 라이프스타일 거점으로서 리디자인 되고 있습니다.
So I mean, there's a lot more details, but here I would like to share is those places are now using as a lifestyle anchor point for people's communities.
제일 중요한 것은 찾아오는 사람들을 위해서 뭔가를 전략을 세우는 것보다는 여기 살고 있는 사람들이 즐겁고 행복하면 찾아올 수밖에 없는 것을 만드는 게 제일 중요합니다.
So he finds that instead of trying to create something to attract people who is living far away, just make the people who live there to be happy, and they are to be more vibrant. It will attract more people who live away from the place.
이벤트는 일시적이지만 삶은 계속되잖아요. 이벤트는 일시적이지만 삶은 계속되니까 그걸 제일 중요하게 생각하면 된다.
Yeah, because the events are instant, it's temporary, but the lifestyle goes on.
Thank you very much. Some beautiful examples there. And here in Malaysia, there was talk about a high-speed rail, but it would have been a totally different area than Kluang. So until today, it hasn't happened yet. So let's hope we can stick to that and keep the old railway lines going. So I think our final speaker, Mr. Chang. So beautiful examples from Taiwan of railway heritage preservation. Kaohsiung Park has been something that YB Chu and even the designer Tat Seng Hai brought up while they were conceiving of the Laman Rail Makota in Kluang. So I'm interested to know, you mentioned that there's a government body, the Railway National Heritage Board, that governs Taiwan's railway history. How does that work, and how is it structured with the operators and asset owners?
这个问题会回到整个国家的策略。
So this comes back to the national strategy.
我们对于铁道、火车站的看法，不会把它变成是一个历史的负担。
We don't perceive railway as a burden of history.
反而希望能够创造一些全新的生活的服务，共同的服务。
But hope to have more added value in services for the railway.
所以在政府的制定或者说跟铁道公司的这一些策略下，我们往往的操作方式不是为了要创造新的这种交通工具、交通的环境，而把旧的铁道、火车站打掉。
So whenever they approach outdated and obsolete infrastructure from the railway system, their first reaction is not to demolish it, but to see what they can do with the existing heritage.
反而我们更要从所谓的历史的观点，去把这个旧的铁道，保留下来。那主要还是要希望能够成就这一个旧的铁道跟旧的这个火车站它的新的风貌。
So it's looking at how to bring a new life to these old spaces.
OK，我举一个例子哈。
As an example，
在台湾文化部有所谓的再造历史现场。
So the
的这个计划了。
Ministry of Culture has a project of how to revitalize culture.
所以并不是把旧的铁道打掉，而是让它变成是一个可以做展览空间的历史现场。
So they're looking at how to turn them into exhibition spaces in particular.
OK， 那第二种方式是透过政府的这个补助跟鼓励的计划，我们会让这一些旧的空间有新的公共的服务的发展。
The other method is through grants and encouragement of entrepreneurial efforts. Have these spaces have new public services.
并不是只有休闲空间或者是展示空间而已。
So it's not only for entertainment and exhibitions, but they need to have a social functionality, like these hard services that people cannot do without.
就好比我们的斗南的火车站旁边的7号仓库。
For example, the number 7 warehouse in the Donan Township.
我们把它变成是青年的创业空间。
We turned it into an incubation hub for youth entrepreneurs.
然后由学校跟政工所来共同管理。
So the township and the university co-manage the space.
这个时候学校的角色就进来了。
So the university has an important role in this relationship.
所以大学的资源、大学的课程也会变成是铁道活化的资源与课程。
So the resources that come from the university and their course, and of course their talents, because you have new students coming in every year, can be rechanneled into the railway heritage revitalization.
所以大学的能量会接受台铁公司的资源，以政府的资源。
So the resources and also the people resources from the university goes into the railway.
台湾铁路公司跟政府的资源。
Goes into the railway assets corporation and the government.
对，那我们的做法是透过产官学的能量，把旧的火车站变成是创新创业的空间。
So their methodology is driven. The universities have an important part to play. So it's the industry, government sector, and education universities that can see how to make use of the railway assets.
所以我们台湾的地方创生的策略是希望年轻人能够回流到地方，让人口均衡发展。
They also have a national policy of how to bring more young people to go into the rural areas, which is called the rural revitalization. So there's a more balanced development between the city and the rural area.
所以旧的火车站就变成是他们回乡留乡的舞台。
So the old train stations provide a platform and also a window for young people to return to their hometowns.
这个需要政府的全力的支持。
And this requires the full attention and also full support from the government.
Thank you. And in fact, Malaysia has very similar problems to Taiwan. The rate of urbanization in Malaysia since the 1950s, I think it's
Okay.
almost 75% as today. So everyone is in the big cities, which is why you see the
It's
jams.
same problem.
Same problem. So in terms of the regulatory land use to encourage development around these rural stations, is there a certain policy framework that the government has to encourage developers to do more developments in not in the city centers but further out?
OK， 有，我举几个例子哈，
A few examples.
我就讲地方政府就好，不要到中央的这一个层级。
So we're gonna first talk about the local government, not the federal stage yet, just the local stage, local government part.
地方政府每一年都会针对地方的活化有不同的这个计划的支持。
So the local government actually provides real money and real support
Yeah.
for these projects.
包含地方的庆典、地方的市集、地方的创新的活动，也包含文化以及经济的这一些活动。
So there are real allocated budgets for the festivals and the flea markets and other cultural activities that are earmarked every year from the local government
Yeah.
and not from the federal.
所以这重要的是从政府端给予的支持，并不是其他的地方，单就我们的地方政府就有很大的力量提供给大家。
So when we look at it just at the local level, not at the federal yet, there is already a lot of support from the local stage.
反而我们
Local
现在发现另外一个更大的力量进来了。
But now we found that there's a different force that is coming into this dynamics.
就是民间的企业愿意用赞助的方式来支持地方的发展。
That local companies are now willing to provide sponsorships for these activities.
主要是台湾也好，全世界也好，这一些民间的有规模的企业都需要面对到 ESG 的影响力报告。
So universally in different countries, these local companies are now required to fit in the ESG framework and produce reports.
所以我们提供了可以达到 ESG 的很多影响力的行动方案给他们。
So at least the universities or the related parties are able to provide ideas and execution plans that go beyond the traditional methods of the ESG goals. They're able to provide real ideas.
透过政府的节税的制度，让他们更愿意来用资金赞助地方的活化。
So a key point is when they sponsor these ESG-related activities, they're able to have tax breaks. So it still comes back to the economy in a sense.
所以现在台湾的经验已经发展到，不只是政府的政策跟资源的补助，反而有更大的一股力量是来自于民间企业的支持。
So what's changed over the years was back then the funding came mostly from the public sector, but now because of these new ESG regulatory and tax break policies, we have more participants from the private sector that are willing to provide money and support.
所以我们正在希望能够促成由民间企业来认养旧火车站。
So we
That's a
are
good
trying to realize to have local companies adopt the station.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're almost out of time, so just a quick round the table. One line from each of our speakers today. What advice or guidance would you give to us in Malaysia. We have a lot of shared history. We had a lot of similar problems. What would you suggest we could do?
I think obviously Singapore's context is quite different. We have a very short line, and most of the stations have unfortunately been demolished. But I would say there is a fine balance between keeping what's in the past, keeping the heritage, and reimagining what's new and what's for the future. I think, as shared by all the guest speakers today, the community is important. Listening to what the community needs is important. But I think we all face the same challenge. Government funding is limited. And so I would say the biggest success, I guess, of the projects that we've done is private-public partnerships. And having that framework to encourage private developers to come back and give back to the revitalization of the land parcels that they're developing, I think that brings the biggest benefit to the communities that are living in that area.
충분히 이야기했고요.
I think a lot of things has been already
생각이
introduced.
비슷할 겁니다.
And all in the same line.
예. 그 중요한 것은 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 이번 레일 페스티벌을 통해서 클루앙 주민들의 삶을 더 들여다보고 주민들의 삶이 레일 페스티벌에 연결되도록 하는 작업이 시작되었으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, so Mr. Hoon would like to share that this festival would be an opportunity to really look into Kluang people's lifestyle, and also for them to realize about their railway assets, and to connect those things together.
왜냐하면 그 지역의 DNA와 주민들의 삶은 여기에만 할 수 있는 것이기 때문에 다른 데서 뺏기지를 못하잖아요.
Yeah. So because this is the DNA of the Kluang, and the Kluang people's lifestyle is the unique assets of Kluang that what other people cannot copy.
이미 이제 뭐 모든 문화와 콘텐츠는 월드와이드 됐기 때문에 더 클루앙 속을 더 들여다보고 더 깊게 들어갔으면 좋겠습니다.
Now a lot of things has been shared internationally, and a lot of data are available. So it's now time to really look into Kluang's own identities and DNA.
Thank you.
对于就是我们项目上来讲，就是其实每个国家碰到的共同性都是一个问题，就是我们就是如何糅合各方的意见，让在各方意见中找到一个平衡点，包括政府、社区、企业这样子。
Well, for our project, I think we face the similar challenges to other countries. Is how do we balance all the different voices and all the different opinions that throughout the project.
然后对于居銮呢，就是我觉得可以就是深度的挖掘，就是一些在地品牌，如何把这些在地品牌在这个空间上，我们去利用、去发展它，然后包括倾听，就是我们在地居民的一些他们的需求。
She hopes that the local, not only the local residents, but also the local brands of Kluang can really come in to participate as they listen to the needs of the community to see what they can co-create.
但最后这些就是需要由政府来做一个主导，来融合各个组织。
But she feels also that the public sector can play the role of a moderator that can bring everyone on the same table and to have a consensus among all these parties.
我今天来到这个论坛，我发现一件事情啊，就是大家在 处理的问题，就是居然在处理的问题，也是我们在台湾在处理的问题，也是在韩国或者是其他国家处理的问题。
So I discovered something coming to this forum today is that we all face common problems, regardless of which country or society we are.
所以如何创造自己地方的这个火车站的活化，变成是我们共同的问题。
So how to revitalize the train station? This challenge has become a common challenge for us all.
就是因为有这样的发现，我想要有一句话来分享给大家。
And because of this realization, I have one sentence to share with everybody.
就是 local answer to global problem.
Yeah, local answer to global problem.
也希望说有这么一个机会，我们会变成是一个地方的解放，会变成是大家的解放。
So hopefully we can learn from each other's solutions to solve our problems.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've run out of time there, but thank you so much for sharing your thoughts today. And here's to the next Kluang Rail Festival together. Thank you.
Okay, for now we are going to have a photo session with props. Can hold. We're going to take photo. Okay, thank you very much for all amazing panelists from different regions. Now we have the second session giving certificates. I would like to invite YB Chu Chong Sins to go upstage for giving the certificates to the second panelist. And after this, we're going to have a break. So, okay. The first one, I would like to invite Town Planner Haji Iskandar bin Suparlans from Majlis Pembandaran Kluang MPK. TPA Haji Iskandar, please come. Kita nak bagi sijil. Okay, second one, I'd like to invite Mr. Teh Tat Singh to come front. Okay, the third one, I'd like to invite Mr. Muhammad Sharil Anan. And then architect Mei Chi Seong. And then last but not least, the next moderator for the next session, Miss Lee Jiaping. Okay, after this group photo, sorry. This one. Group photo.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we want to have the bigger group photo with the panelists from session number 1. And now we'd like to invite the president, Mr. Lim Ket Kiong, so together to take photo. The president. So. Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay, we are going to have a tea break session for about 10 minutes before we continue for our second session. So we'll come back at 4:25 for the tea break. Tea break is outside. Toilet over that side. If anyone need a break, toilet breaks. we have 5 speakers. So the first one I would like to introduce, we have Town Planner Haji Iskandar bin Suparlan. He's head of Urban Planning and Landscape Department, Kluang Municipal Council, Majlis Perbandaran Kluang. Graduated from UiTM and UTM with 32 years of professional experience, including 8 years in the private sector and 24 years with the Kluang Municipal Council, MPK. He has been deeply involved in shaping Kluang's urban development. His key contributions include the preparation of the Kluang District Local Plan 2030, the Kluang Heritage Building Special Area Plan, the Endau Rompe National Park Special Area Plan, the Sungai Mengkibul Special Action Plan, the MPK Smart City Action Plan, as well as the Volunteer Local Review and the Kluang 2030 SDG Roadmap. So he continues to play a central role in guiding sustainable, structured and community-focused urban planning initiative in Kluang. And okay, the next one we have Mr. Tat Singh. He's the co-founder of Kongsi KL and Teta Wowe Atelier, an architectural design practice established in 2008. For more than a decade, Teta Wowe has been deeply engaged in the transformational and community-oriented design, creating projects that connect people, place, and culture. Some of Teta Wowe's notable works include the Micro House, showcased at the World Urban Forum Kuala Lumpur 2018, the Farmer Spot at the Taipei Sea Lab, the Kluang, the Laman Mahkota, the Railway Linear Park, and the Klang River Activation 2025 initiative. And the next one we have Mr. Sharil Manans. Mr. Sharil began his career as a project engineer before discovering his passion for urban transformation. At Think City, he played a pivotal role in the Johor Bahru transformation programs. His work spans placemaking strategies, community engagements, cultural activation, and managing grants programs. And beyond Think City, Sharil is actively involved in Club Bandar Kita, a Johor Bahru-based NGO that address urban issues collectively through collaborative actions. The next one, we have architect Mei Chi Siong. Is the co-founder of ALM Architects since 2003, recognized for his experimental and community-focused design approach. His portfolio spans diverse project types and has earned multiple accolades, including awards for projects such as Gudang Cafe, MBPP Office in the Parks, Novus Condominiums, Co-X, and the Cha Kongsi Restorations. In 2022, Architect May led a transformative shift from designing buildings to curating experiences by relocating the studio to the community hubs of Hin Bus Depot. This move sparks an experimental journey to co-ex the community experiments and open inclusive platforms. And then last but not least, our next moderator, Miss Lee Jiaping. She is the director of Polling 8 Sdn Bhd, and she has over 30 years of experience in brand strategy, the arts, the urban rejuvenations. She focused on creating economic, social, and cultural intervention that strengthen cities and organizations. So, and her notable work will be includes place branding for Georgetown, Kuala Lumpur downtowns, the Warisan KL, the Damansara uptowns, as well as Arts on the Move and Placemaker Week Asians. She is the co-chair of Placemaking Malaysia, served on the startup board of Placemaking X in New York, and is currently president of Women's Aid Organizations. So, with due respect, I'll pass the next floor to the Miss Jiaping.
Thank you. Selamat datang semua orang. Thank you so much for coming for this session and coming back for this session, because you never know, after we give them tea, semua dah balik dah, Sekarang semua half empty. So for those who are still here, thank you very much. Terima kasih, So I'm so honored to be on moderating this panel. Without further ado, we're running short of time, so I'm going to invite Tuan Haji Iskandar to actually present his presentation. Silakan, Tuan Haji.
Okey, terima kasih tuan puan pengacara majlis. Okey, Pak Zafal, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Selamat petang pada semua hadirin. Boleh? Okey, boleh. Okey. Kepada semua yang hadir pada petang ini, saya sebagaimana yang telah diperkenalkan oleh Encik Amir Amir okey, saya daripada Majlis Perang Kluang dan lebih kurang 25 tahun di Kluang bekerja sebagai perancang bandar di Majlis Perang Kluang. Hari ini saya akan membentangkan bagaimana MPK mengangkat suara komuniti ataupun masyarakat Kluang dalam perancangan dan juga dalam kita menghidupkan ruang awam lah.
Saya translate sikit. Okay, so today I'm an official from the town planners departments of Majlis Perbandaran Kluang, the Kluang Municipal Council. So he will present on the how Majlis Perbandaran Kluang, the city council, bring the voice of the community in the plannings of the public spaces.
Dan untuk makluman juga, sebenarnya Kluang ni telah diiktiraf sebagai salah satu bandar SDG, iaitu Sustainable Development Goals. Dan juga selain itu kita juga telah diiktiraf sebelum ini sebagai bandar bahagia pada tahun 2022 dan juga daerah paling bahagia, bandar paling bahagia dan juga daerah paling bahagia pada tahun 2025 inilah. So, ini diiktiraf oleh DOSEM, Jabatan Perangkaan Negara.
So Kluang has been regards as the SDG, Sustainable Development Smart Sustainable City in Malaysia, and then also has been awarded as the most happiest city in Malaysia by the Malaysian Statistic Department.
Okay. So hari ini saya akan kongsikan bagaimana kita bersama-sama komuniti dalam membuat perancangan. Kita ada berbagai pelan-pelan yang telah kita sediakan dan kita telah menginvolvekan semua komuniti lah dalam kita punya perancangan. Okey, next. Okey, yang pertama adalah matlamat pembangunan daerah, iaitu kita menekankan pembangunan daerah Kluang ni sebagai sebuah daerah yang benar-benar berdaya huni, sejahtera, lestari, dan pendekatan ini adalah memberi tumpuan kepada keseimbangan antara pembangunan fizikal, ekonomi dan juga Kluang, yang mana kawasan Majlis Perang Kluang adalah sebanyak 185,600 hektar kawasan kita yang merangkumi sejumlah 235,715 orang penduduk, manakala kita ada sebanyak lebih kurang 70,000 unit kediaman ataupun inilah perumahan dan bilangan taman-taman perumahan adalah sebanyak 145 taman perumahan. Dan di daerah Kluang ni, di Majlis Perang Kluang ni kita ada 4 mukim iaitu mukim bandar Kluang, mukim 5 termasuk bandar mukim kecil lah, bandar Kluang, bandar Kluang di dalam mukim Kluang. Tapi yang bandar tu kita kira mukim jugalah. Tapi mukim bandar. Dan seterusnya mukim Kahang, mukim Palo dan juga mukim Niung. Dan kita ada 2 parlimen di kawasan MPK, iaitu Parlimen Kluang dan juga Parlimen Sembrong. Manakala ada 4 dun, Dun Mahkota, Dun Mengkibul, dan Dun Kahang dan juga Dun Palo. Okay, next.
So Kluang, we have the numbers of the citizens. We have 235,715 people, and we have 69,388 unit of the housings, And for the neighborhood, we have 145 neighborhoods. And for the mukims, we mean the zones, we have 5 main zones, will be the Kluang city, and Kluang, Kahang, Palu, and Nior. For the parliaments of Kluang, we have 2, which is Kluang and Sembrong. And for the city-state legislation, we have 4, which is the Makota, Mengkibul, Kahang, and Palo for the Johor State City, the Johor State legislations, the ADUN.
Okey, ini adalah beberapa dokumen perancangan dalam kawasan MPK yang mana kita ada rancangan tempatan daerah Kluang iaitu 2030 yang telah diwartakan pada 25 Ogos tahun 2022 yang ianya adalah merupakan kerangka perancangan paling komprehensif lah yang telah kita gunakan untuk seluruh daerah Kluang, yang mana ianya menetapkan arah tuju pembangunan sehingga tahun 2030 meliputi guna tanah, rangkaian pembangunan, perhubungan, kemudahan awam, pembangunan industri, perumahan, kawasan lapang dan juga sebagainya lah, yang mana setiap pembangunan ataupun permohonan pembangunan perancangan daripada pemaju ataupun orang awam, kita akan merujuk kepada dokumen ini sama ada dia adalah selaras dengan zon yang telah ditetapkan ataupun tidaklah.
Okay, for all the, so this is the main 3 document for the planning for Kluang plannings according to the Malaysian Act, the City and the City and Country Act, Country Planning Acts. So we have first is a local plan, Kluang local plan, and we have also the special local plan. And for all the publics and the developers or anyone who wants to involve, so this is the main documents that we will follow.
Okay, seterusnya adalah rancangan kawasan khas. Rancangan kawasan khas Bandar Kluang, kita ada menyediakan khusus untuk kawasan bangunan lama, iaitu bangunan warisan, yang mana kita telah wartakan rancangan kawasan khas ini, iaitu rancangan kawasan khas pengekalan pemeliharaan bangunan warisan Bandar Kluang pada tahun 2017 yang lalu lah. Dan rancangan ini kita menumpukan kepada kawasan tertentu, iaitu di kawasan Jalan Stesen, Jalan Ismail, Jalan Lambak dan juga sebahagian Jalan Mersing, yang mana nilai-nilai warisan, identiti dan juga isu-isu yang keselamatan dan sebagainya kita terapkan, kita kekalkan bangunan-bangunan warisan yang sedia ada, kedai-kedai lama tu kita kekalkan, yang mana kita cadangkan juga penambahbaikan dari segi warna, dari segi pengekalan sekiranya ada permohonan untuk buat penambahbaikan ataupun ubahan tambahan.
Okay, for we have the preservations of the city, the heritage city. We have the special local plan, especially on the Jalan Station and Jalan Ismail. For any upgrades or any renovation work or the color schemes of the heritage buildings, we we follow this special local plan of this heritage local plan.
Okey, dan seterusnya kita juga ada cadangkan sediakan rancangan kawasan khas Taman Negara Endau Rompin. Ini bukan di sini tapi di Endau Rompin lah, Taman Negara. Yang mana dokumen ini kita sediakan bersama pihak Jabatan Taman Negara Johor bersama dengan Jabatan Warisan lah. Yang mana ianya termasuk dari segi pengekalan dan juga pengindahan ataupun perlindungan alam sekitar, biodiversity dan juga pemeliharaan alam semula jadi. Yang ini juga adalah dokumen bagi membantu pihak Jabatan Hutan, Jabatan Perbadanan Taman Negara Johor untuk mengekalkan ataupun menarik pelancong untuk datang ke Taman Negara. Okay, next.
We also have the special local plan for the national park to preserve the biodiversity of the national park.
Okey, ni ada beberapa dokumen lain seperti pelan tindakan bandar pintar. Kluang juga ada menyediakan pelan tindakan bandar pintar yang mana ataupun smart city yang mana setiap pembangunan ataupun perancangan kita terapkan elemen-elemen smart city. Contohnya smart traffic light, smart lighting, CCTV dan sebagainya lah. Dan juga mungkin dari segi tempat letak kenderaan sekarang kita boleh di Bandar Kluang ni kita boleh letak kenderaan secara bayaran melalui online. Kita menggunakan settle. Jadi tak perlu nak bayar, nak beli apa kupon dan sebagainya lah. Jadi kita masuk dalam app settle dan kita bayar parking di Kluang menggunakan apps. Dan seterusnya ialah pelan tindakan khas Mengkibur River Park ni pun kita dah sediakan. Dan juga Kluang SDG Performance Report volunteer ni VLR, Volunteer Local Review.
Okay, for the first we have the action plan for the smart city, the latest improvement that we make all the parking payments all online, and then we have a action plan for the Mengkibur River Park, and then we also have the SDG Performance Report and also the Volunteer Local Review.
Okay, next. Okay, ini adalah penglibatan komuniti dalam perancangan yang telah kita lalu lakukan, iaitu dalam rancangan Tempatan Daerah Kluang 2030, yang mana penyediaan rancangan tempatan ini kita telah lakukan pada tahun 2020 yang lalu, yang mana kita juga telah menjemput ataupun kita membuat publicity pemeriksaan siasatan dan juga pendengaran selepas program publicity lah, untuk memastikan apa-apa cadangan yang kita kemukakan pihak masyarakat boleh melihat dan juga memberikan cadangan ataupun bandahan sekiranya ada bantahan lah. Ini adalah penglibatan masyarakat lah dalam perancangan kita dalam menyediakan rancangan Tempatan Daerah Kluang 2030.
For the local plan 2030, we involve the community participation to give feedbacks and to review our future local plan.
Seterusnya adalah penglibatan komuniti dalam perancangan roadmap dan juga voluntary local review ataupun VLR, yang mana program penglibatan komuniti ini adalah sebagaimana yang telah kita laksanakan program focus group discussion FGD bagi mendapatkan input daripada komuniti. Yang ini kita telah lakukan sebelum cadangan roadmap dan juga local VLR ini kita jalankan lah, yang mana semua ahli ketua-ketua masyarakat, penduduk ketua-ketua kampung dan juga penduduk orang awam kita panggil untuk memberikan cadangan dan juga pandangan lah. Yang ini adalah dengan kerjasama penyediaan dengan kerjasama Benis Malaysia, yang mana kita telah sediakan VLR ni dan kita telah juga membuat presentation di Malaysian Urban Forum yang lalu.
Okay, for the roadmaps of the Sustainable Development Goals roadmaps and the Volunteer Local Review, we also involve the communities like the leaders, village leaders, the community leaders, and then we also we did the focus group discussion for at past December 2024, and we also involve this is also the involvement of the urbanists during the Malaysia Urban Forums.
Seterusnya adalah penglibatan masyarakat ataupun komuniti dalam perancangan. Yang ini laman rel mahkota lah. Ini kita telah sebelum cadangan ini dijalankan, kita telah membuat macam town hall ataupun FGD lah. Sebelum apa-apa cadangan, kita minta pandangan daripada pihak komuniti. Kita juga memohon atau kita juga mendapatkan pandangan daripada ketua-ketua masyarakat yang tinggal di sekitar kawasan railway, rel kereta api ini. Dan selain itu juga kita ada membuat MOU ataupun Memorandum of Understanding dengan apa pihak MPK, RAC, SPYTL dan juga Think City.
Before the project of the rail park, the Laman Rail Makota, we have several focus group discussion and the community involvement from the community leaders and many stakeholders, and then we also did the memorandum of understanding between the City Council, MPK, RAC, YTL and Think City before we did this project.
Dan untuk makluman, sebenarnya Laman Rail Makota ni sebenarnya kita dah cadangan ni telah kita masukkan dalam rancangan tempatan daerah Kluang semasa penyediaan pada tahun 2020 yang lalu lah.
The rail park also has been included in the local plan in 2020. Before the project, we already included in the local plan.
Seterusnya adalah penglibatan komuniti dalam program kelestarian alam, iaitu kita ada program kebun komuniti Johor, yang mana kita ada 7 program kebun komuniti yang merangkumi kebun komuniti Taman Intan, Kampung Ramai Yasin, Taman Makmur, Kampung Seri Lambak, Taman Ilham, Taman Kiaramah dan juga Taman Suria. Dan program ini adalah dilaksanakan dengan kerjasama Jabatan Pertanian, selain MBK, Jabatan Pertanian juga Rakan Taman, juga Yayasan Prihatin, Yayasan Prihatin Kluang sekarang. Menggerakkan dengan penglibatan komuniti lah. Dengan kita dari segi MPK, kita akan bantu dari segi kemudahan mungkin kawasan lapang yang tidak kita gunakan, kita serahkan ataupun kita bagi penduduk untuk menjalankan aktiviti kebun pertanian bandar lah komuniti.
We have the community farming that involve agriculture departments, and for example we have several like Taman Makmur, Kampung Sri Lambak, Taman Ilham, that we have the community farming projects.
Okey, seterusnya adalah program penglibatan komuniti juga. Yang ini adalah program Car Free Day ataupun Car Free Morning lah. Taklah satu hari. Sepagi tu dalam 3-4 jam saja kita tutup jalan di Bandar Kluang, di Jalan Datuk Tiosuko. Okey. Dan kita akan kita tutup, kita akan buat aktiviti berjalan kaki lebih kurang 3-4 kilometer. Dan itulah itu adalah program yang akan kita jalankan setiap bulan. Sebulan sekali kita akan jalankan program tu. Okay. Next. Seterusnya adalah penglibatan dari segi program Johor Bersih dan juga Zon Bersih MPK. Dan ini juga setiap minggu kita adakan gotong royong di setiap kawasan ahli majlis. Yang mana banyakkannya penglibatan ahli majlis dan juga komuniti lah. Kita kutip sampah dan kita timbang sampah tu. Dan yalah sekarang ni setakat hari ini sebanyak 36 kali dengan penglibatan lebih kurang 472 orang dan kutipan sampah lebih kurang 513 kg kita dah kutip. Okey, seterusnya adalah penglibatan komuniti dalam pengaktifan lorong belakang dan juga ekonomi kreatif, gerbang kolektif. Kita ada laman kreatif Kluang yang mana kita telah bangunkan pada tahun 2017 yang lalu. Dan pelbagai aktiviti di lorong belakang telah kita cadangkan, dan setiap bulan setiap sebulan sekali kita akan adakan laman kreatif Kluang ni adalah pesta gerbang kolektif, yang mana setiap program tu kita akan adakan jualan ataupun persembahan aktiviti musical dan sebagainya.
Okay, just to recap, we have Car Free Day, and then we have community cleaning, and then we have back lane place activation programs every month.
Seterusnya ada penglibatan komuniti dalam program kelestarian alam, iaitu program Drive-Thru Recycling Center. Yang ini kita buat program ni dalam mungkin 2 bulan sekali kita semula, yang mana setiap kita kumpulkan minyak masak terpakai daripada penduduk sekiranya ada, dan kita ambil dengan harga 1 kilo RM3. RM3 1 kilo untuk minyak masak terpakai. Dan juga sampah-sampah yang apa kotak ke apa ke pun ada juga ada harga jugalah, kita akan timbang dan kita akan bagikan dia point ataupun inilah dalam apps ya. Ini dijalankan oleh pihak inilah dengan kerjasama apa ni syarikat luar lah.
We have recycle programs, the sustainable recycle programs like recycling the use cooking oil, and then also some of the fabrics that can be recycled.
Okey, seterusnya okey, ini adalah program pengisian ruang daya cipta ataupun RDC iaitu di Perpustakaan Awam Kluang. Kita memberi tumpuan kepada usaha memperkasa pendidikan dan juga pemikiran kreatif dalam kalangan komuniti. Dan program ini menyediakan pelbagai elemen pembelajaran seperti robotik, AI, pencetakan 3D, internet, IoT, Internet of Things, animasi, sistem otomasi dan juga pengawalan drone. Semua ini dijalankan adalah untuk melahirkan masyarakat yang celik teknologi lah, celik IT dan bersedia untuk menghadapi cabaran di masa depan lah.
We have education and creative thinking programs that is involve the IT, Internet of Things, and all the 3D printings, robotics, and artificial intelligence with the community as well.
So setakat ini saya rasa itu saja Masa pun dah mencemburui. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih, terima kasih. One more hand of applause for Tuan Haji Iskandar. It's amazing to see how much work they put in to engage with the public. So we always say in placemaking never stops. Yeah, once you stop, that's when everything goes south, right? So it's a continuous process. Without further ado, I would like to also introduce the next most amazing placemaker, my esteemed ex-colleague from Think City. So, not yet, sorry, I got it wrong. Tat Singh, sorry. Can we introduce Tat Singh, who I've also had the pleasure to work with on the micro-housing, and he has an amazing mind, creative mind. So, Tat Singh, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Okay. So let me start with some background. I'm Tat Singh. I'm from Teta Oe Atelier. That's my company. But I do wear a few hats where I need to. So just a quick introduction of what we did previously. So we have done a few works, which most notably there is this micro house in a World Urban Forum, as mentioned by Japing, and there was some library, a community library, the one that is called L45 in Bangsa, and we have done some urban design or urban furniture in Petaling Street. We have also done such as the Kluang Railway Park, and also some installation in commemorate the railway heritage in Seremban. So this my practice. We have done some design work as well as community work. The slide is very slow. So we also do, within our office, we actually carry out planting so that we actually enjoy some kind of a community engagement with the surrounding. And we organize reading sessions within our office, the studio. We have done installation work based on our reading program, and stage our studio as a gallery. Next, please. So these are the photos of the installation work done in the office many years back, 2015-16. Right, next. So apart from that, there was some ongoing thing along the where we are at, which is Jalan Klang Lama, or we call it Old Klang Road, which is by the river, Klang River. And Old Klang Road, although Kuala Lumpur is a tin mine city. Old Klang Road is famous for its rubber industry and rubber planting. So we have seen a rubber smokehouse that is 5-story tall, and there were many of them along the road many years ago. But throughout the years, they have been demolished. So until the last one standing, we wanted to approach the landowner to sort of to turn the building, repurpose the building into something. But the last, too late, as in the last one was also being demolished. But the owner was quite, in a kind manner, actually grant us a space to run. It's actually called Gudang Yising. It's a warehouse along Old Klang Road. We become the tenant of this Yising. It has 11,000 square feet for us to run all sorts of program in a rental-free manner. So we are supposed to look for income for the space. And therefore, throughout the years, we have run all sorts of program in terms of art, in terms of market, in terms of some kind of education approach, and in a lot of sharing spirit. So we are also become a stage for art performances. Next. And we try to help to archive some of the losing art. And during the COVID, the warehouse actually became a vaccination center for undocumented people. And we were actually being informed that the warehouse is not going to be long for us. So therefore, one day we actually need to go further out without a warehouse. So what we are thinking is we actually go to the river, and which is not far from the warehouse. So this is a map, and what we are thinking is we are trying to create something that we call like a river network, like the river that belongs to everyone, and we will try to activate from the stretch that close by to our warehouse. So the first few years of festival, we were actually running more on program base, like more in terms of art, in terms of education. So there were installation, art installation, there were performances that was run within the warehouse itself, and we also run some guided walk. We try to break through to the riverside slowly, and until like this year, the full effort, we have gone full effort to do activation to the riverside when we have done enough of our searching and exploration outside the river. So this year, we have been working with a huge group of, a various group of people to sort of look at how we can activate as a bottoms-up effort. KL is famous for this River of Life project, but River of Life is only stretched until the stretch that we call the Mid-Valley stretch. But outside the whole of this KL, there are so many riverbanks that require activation. So we have choose a site where it is actually totally out of attention, and because it's nearby our place. So we also noticed that it is actually one of the last riverbank that has natural riverbank within KL city. The rest has been concretized. So the effort as in we are building a middle level, trying to bring attention from the top down and the bottoms up, and we try to bring them all together. So we try to have engagement with all sorts of department, the river department, the DBKL, as in the local the city hall, and also we try to have engagement with certain ministry. And this is a huge organization that we are talking about. So we thought that when we call it a Klang River Festival, it may actually create more impression, a better impression. So, and we do hope that one day all the stakeholders from different stretch of the river can come out and do their part. So we will start from our side, as in for this year. Next. And so, yeah, next please. Okay, stay here. So this is the location where we try to do activation this year. Is about 1 kilometer from Kluang Road. And we have various type of stakeholder. Some are in condominium, some are like the people's flat, as in PPR. And we have also like short stay people. So these are the immediate stakeholder. And there were also like a very old settlement where it is currently occupied by migrant workers. So these people, they have formed immediate demography to the riverbank. And we try to reach out to various groups to see their need. And we also look at the history of this place, and we try to implant a certain collective memory to the riverside, as in how we can use the public realm to fulfill all this. We try to look at various locations that is worth venture into a node to the river activities. So such as, next. We look at the history of Kuala Lumpur, or actually a broader sense. A lot of our settlement were houses that was built to face the river, and sadly nowadays we don't have this in the city. So all our building is trying to face with their back facing the river and their front facing the road. So this is the state of the riverside not long ago, as in we can see rubbish were unattended, and some of the paths were actually not safe to walk. And we try to do what do you call this? We actually engage with, let's say, people from the PPR. We try to do a poll, try to find out their needs, including the needs of the adults and the children. We also look at stakeholders from various departments. So it was a huge collaborative effort. And we also enter the school to try to do a few sessions, and we also gather artworks from the students. And we managed to have attention from all the people that we engage, and therefore there were also commercial stakeholders such as developers who are willing to chip in their part. We have a bit of fun to actually do something, a showcase of how we can activate the river. So such as we put up a bamboo structure by the river. There were this river market. So these are all happened in the September, and then this is last year, 2024. And there were also, this is what we call playscape. This is designed and installed by School of Architecture students by the river and supported by the locals. So we also look at some underused public space, underused infrastructure, and like this undercroft of a highway structure, and turn it into a public space that we call the living room under. And there, by the river, there were also continuous tree planting effort, two times in a month. And some of these efforts were put to also light up the river during nighttime, and we are creating storyboard, collective memory of the riverside. Like these are installation done, and some of these are collecting history from the locals. Where, can we go back to the previous one? Okay, so we have a moon installation, and then we have the one at the middle is actually, we call the angler. It's actually to commemorate those men who carry a fish rod and walk by the river. They are the peneroker. They are the pioneer of the riverside. And there were also artwork installed as a form of a gallery done by local children. Next. So the one on the left-hand side is actually to commemorate the Dobby. People used to do their laundry by the river, and there were huge group of people, professional people who do laundry by the river, Kluang River, Kluang Road. And the one on the top is actually a rubber sheet installation, where this is where the location where the last standing rubber smokehouse was. Below it is actually a jetty. So we are trying to stage a temporary installation, trying to bring back certain corrective memory when people use the public space. It brings back something. It put a sense of place to this area. Next. So there are continuous programs that run through the river now, and the story continue on. So this will be the last slide for Klang River, and I quickly share something on the Kluang, which the previous speaker, Tuan Haji Iskandar, has shared before. So I'm trying to share it from the perspective of a researcher and a design point of view. So Kluang is actually a railway city. The railway history is as old as Kluang itself. So, so railway is actually a blessing as well as a curse to the city, because we have a railway on ground that cut through the city center, and therefore the movement of the city become restricted. So when we have opportunity to look at how we there is a next please, how there is a double track project coming in. So we try to look at how we can free up what was previously a problem, and we try to stitch back the city with a park and see if we can solve some of the issues. So this is before the ETS double track project. This is how the Kluang look like. We try to do some reimagined rendering to show to the public how this a new public space can be give birth and change the city. So this is in line with MPK's local plan to allow for a park. And next, so we have gone through a study and also mapping. So I'm just quickly brief through all this. So these are some of the studies and mapping of the zoning, and also how we study the circulation of the surrounding. And we try to map up with the new station. And this is where we engage some of the local stakeholders. We went to the school, we went to some of the association to see what, because their building is actually next to the railway station. So we can see how the birth of a park space can actually link this local stakeholder and create a greater opportunity. So we have listed down some of these possible stakeholders to work with for the project. So this alone itself is actually also a study on how software and program can integrate together with the park. So these are 3D simulation of the structure. So in view of the availability of resources and timeline, so we've opted to just work on phase 1. So some of this is what have been shown just now by Tuan Haji. So we're just going to carry through. So these are the rendering done up during the signing of MOU, trying to, and also there were public engagement, the town hall session, like mentioned just now. Okay, so then just now is just to quickly brief through from design point of view, how we bring in some of these design elements. So this is to commemorate that is this railway heritage thingy that we are trying to bring to the park, because we think this is important. It grows together with the people of Kluang. So some of these railway parts were carefully recycled from the depot, and the pavers has been we thought that we should use railway sleeper as the pavers, so that it actually goes together with the memory of the city. And next, so some of the street furniture, the turntable is all designed with the use of railway sleepers and some of this railway element. So the last slide will be actually where the month of September, where people came together and used the space. So this is the last slide, right?
Thank you, Tat Singh. So it's interesting to see how linearity of a railway track and also a semi-linear of the river right? So it's all about actually the community and the context. So we always say that in bottom-up context and history, shared stories from those shared by the Taiwan and the people from China, Singapore, and Korea is also very, very important. So now do you see all the similarities? It's almost like a synchronicity coming together. And the third speaker is one that has kind of dedicated his last 7 years working with the local community in Johor, as well as Kluang, to actually bring more life. And he is actually SDG 17 partnerships, right? Bringing together different people from different communities, from the local councils all the way to the person on the street. So please welcome Muhammad Shahrial. Thank you, from Think City.
All right. Thank you, Japing. I try to make it 15 minutes sharp, if possible. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon. So my name is Shahrial. I'm representing Think City. So I think for today, the topic that's given to me is people first, engaging public in public realm. So we are talking, I'm going to talk about the public spaces and how the public spaces should be, and then maybe a bit of case studies, some of examples of what we have done in Think City, in Johor or even in Kluang and even in Kuala Lumpur. So, but maybe I can share with you a short overview about Think City. So Think City is actually an urban impact organization. We are fully owned by Khazanah National Berhads. We established in 2009, and our mission is simple: is that we want to make cities more livable, more resilient, more people-friendly. So we work together with community. We work together. We are a neutral platform where we work with everyone. We work with the governments, agencies. We work with the private organizations, with the communities, organizations, and so on. Okay, so we work across Malaysia. So we have office in Georgetown, in Kuala Lumpur, and our work spans, across Malaysia, looking at placemaking, looking at urban rejuvenations. Okay, so this is our value propositions. So the we Think City, we are think and do tank. So we operating on a vast range on skills. So we are doing planning, we are doing research, and also we are doing project implementation on the ground. So we go to the back lane, we go to the the streetscapes and so on. Why we do all this is because sometimes, oftentimes, that the planning doesn't reflect or it's not feasible or it's not practical because we don't have any, the better view of what's happening on site. So by having that, so we try to the lesson learned from the grounds, we try to feed back to the planning phase. And then we are evidence-based learning approach and experiential organization where we try to these are the process of how we do works in Think City. We try to discover. So every time that we go to a new cities or new area, we try to discover by doing a baseline study. We try to understand the space first before we can actually design a program or any interventions that address any particular issues that we want to address. And then we start very small. We ideate and we pilot some of the small initiative, demonstrative projects and so on. And based on the learning from that, we try to implement full scale. That's how we work. And then, as I mentioned before, we are proven neutral platform. We work with everyone's public, private, peoples, and also agencies. Yeah. So a very short one. So what Think City does, we have like 5 flagships, urban solutions looking at placemaking, basically urban regenerations, working together closely with the local council and so on to improve the city, public spaces and so on. And we have also environment and social resilience. We work with PPR, communities and so on. Strategy analytics, we also do research studies, special analysis, market studies and so on. Culture-based economic developments, we are talking about like conservations, restorations, and also culture-based developments, and Think City Institute, where we consolidate all our knowledge, basically. All right. So okay, now we jump into the participatory approach in placemaking. So okay, so we can see over time that we can see that the city is actually designed and built around cars, around buildings, around infrastructures. Not so many on building around. I mean, design around people. So yeah, you can feel that if you walk around, some certain places in the cities where you don't feel safe, you don't feel comfortable, and so on. But public spaces is not just a physical space. I would like to highlight that public space is not just a physical space. It's actually a space where we can connect with people, where it can actually has an impact to our social well-being. It can have an impact to our economy, and it can have impact to our community activities and so on. So we can see a lot of challenges in our public space. I'm not going to go through one by one, but what I want to emphasize here is actually all these challenges are interrelated, and they are very complex. So there is no one-size solutions that fits. I mean, no one size fits all. So sorry. So basically, the issues are complex, and the solution also is complex. That's why we need to be able to actually align with different stakeholders and also communities to actually understand what really matters and how to address the issues. Okay, so how to address the issue is actually through placemaking lah, Think City. So actually there is no right or wrong answer in terms of how you define placemaking. But in Think City, how we define placemaking is the process of creating vibrant place where people want to live, work, play, and learn in. So the process includes planning, design, management, and is fundamentally grounded in community participations. So this is definitions by Think City. And then when we look at on the right sides, okay, so on the left side is actually all I've clustered some of like the challenges, the urban challenges into 4 categories, and then how we can address this is through 4 things. One is actually looking at the public realm improvement, physical improvements. Second is looking at space activations. And then the third one is looking at the place management, where we talk about the governance, we talk about the funding, the partnerships, and so on, to actually make the space, lively and also sustained. And then the strategic placemaking is actually looking at a whole holistic plan that that combine all the 3 together. And also in Think City, we also has this kind of equations where we say that hardware in placemaking, there's hardware, which is public realm. It's a green networks, it can be streetscape and so on. Plus software is the activations, is activities, programming, and even governance. That if you combine hardware and software, it create a value where people will have the sense of belonging, sense of attachment, and so on. So this is what we want to achieve in placemaking. So one example that I want to give here is one of our flagship, one of earlier projects, which is the Armenian Park in Georgetown. So you can see that what's wrong with the space. So this public space shouldn't be monopolized by one single group of people. So you can see here, there's like a market here. So people are scared, the perceptions of people. And then we can see that beyond the market hours, there's no people. And then the greening also is very insufficient and so on. So what we do is actually through engagement with the public, this is how it looks like now. On the event day, and then this space become like kind of like congregation points where every day you can see people are using the space. So in the morning you can see people are doing Tai Chi, and cycling, and then running, and then some walking, brisk walk, and so on. On the event day, it become like one of the satellites nodes for activations. So how we did, this is just example, but how we did in general in Think City is that through participatory design process, where we involve community from the beginning. We gather their feedbacks from the beginning, from the design stage, up until the project completion. So as you can see, some of the example like laneway improvement program in Johor Bahru, we involve community, we walk the site with the community, we do the FGD, the focus group discussions, in survey and interview to understand the space, because community knows the space better than us, because they use it every day. And then like Lamaran Mahkota Kluang also, like Tuan Haji and also Tatsin mentioned just now, we did a lot of earlier engagements with the community to understand what is their concern, what is their concerns, and I think one of the most important thing is also what's their memory, the attachments to the space, so that we can actually integrate that into the design of the space. And then we also work with PPR, public housing in KL as well. Here is PA Hang Tuah in Kuala Lumpur. So we work together with the DBKL and also PMV, PMV, to actually improve some of the spaces around public spaces around PA public housing in Kuala Lumpur. So, but the participatory design process doesn't end at the design process, but also it's actually, you know, throughout the project's life cycle. Sorry. So yeah, we continuous participatory approach in project implementation, where we actually gain feedbacks from the communities, so that we can address all the issues in real time. Okay, the second example is this is the perumahan awam ataupun public housing at Jalan Hang Tuah, Kuala Lumpur. So you can see that the space, yeah, maybe you cannot see in the picture, but the space, some part of the space are damaged. It's not safe and so on. So it's not inviting for the people or even kids to come and play in the park. And this is how it looks like now after improvement. So yeah, so the space is more lively. People spend more time. It's okay. People spend more time. Yeah, people spend more time in the on the park and so on. So this is something that we want to achieve from our projects. And we did a bit of survey after the project completion. Then you can say that 75% says that they use the park more frequently than before. And then 80% of parents feel more confident allowing their children to play in the park. And while data shows increased usage, we observe on the field that duration and diversity of the use have also improved. People stay longer and for more reasons. This is my one of flagship project in Johor Bahru is Jalan Dobi. So as you can see, yeah, this is a heritage area. As you can see, one of the most prominent challenges actually here is because of the very narrow pedestrian walkway, and then there's parking. I mean, like the car park and so on. So this is not inviting for, I mean, like people to walk around the city and experience the city. So what we did actually, this is how it looks like now. So you can see it's more vibrant. So we take out the parking space. Of course, kena marah. Of course, people will get angry if you take the parking space. And then our Think City office is right in on the side. So every day people will bang on our door, especially the business community, because it's a brownfield, you know, transformation. So we got a lot of hits. Like every day people will complain, even the news also. But we managed that by actually engaging them from the beginning, so they understand. Obviously, there are some complaints here and there, and then some concerns that actually legit because they know the space better. So I think in terms of like project placemaking, we need to put some like how we say flexibility in terms of like how we can actually negotiate with the space users. So in this case, the business owners sometimes, because here the shrubs, right? So it's actually fence. And then they have like few openings. I cannot recall how many meters. So there's an interval, and then every interval there's opening. But then there's issue where business owners complains that okay, I need an opening in front of my premise. So that's where the negotiation took place. But one of the things that teach me, or one of the things that actually our principle is that we can negotiate with community. We can negotiate. We can listen to them, but we shouldn't let go or compromise the principle. That's the most important thing. Yeah. Okay, this is, I mean, like you guys are all aware the Lamaril Mahkota. So before and after. So as the other speakers mentioned, a lot of engagement has been has been done in order for us to land to this. It's not an easy journey, I would say, Lina also, and YB. All right, and I think one more space that I want to show to you is also in Johor Bahru, because we oftentimes overlook the back lanes actually, because the back lane becomes a dumping site, becomes a space where the loss of vice activities and so on. And then we took the initiative together with Majlis Bandar Johor Bahru, the local council, to actually look at the space. So we call it a laneway improvement program in Johor Bahru, looking at how we can actually improve the backlane to turn it into a secondary connector in the city. All right, so this is how it looks like now. So yes, a lot of engagement. So a lot of engagement has happened. So if you can see at the end of the lorong, there's one mamak shops that encroach the area, and then they has been there for like 30 years or 40 years, something like that. And then Think City was like only 5 years masa tu, during that time. And then we have to engage them in order for them to move. And then the first thing that they say to us is, I've been here for 30 years. How many years you are here? Something like that. So how dare you ask us to move? So, but this is where the arts of engagements comes in. So we managed to talk to the owners, and then the owners decided to move out. And then now the owner actually the business is actually thriving even more than before. Okay, so this is the second last slide. So I just want to show you the picture of people with smiling faces. So we never know that with the small actions like improvement of public space could actually reshape the behavior to actually reshape how people use the space, and can actually reshape, can actually instill the sense of belonging and sense of pride in them. These are all like activities, festivals, and so on that's happen on the street. Actually, most of them are on the streets, either in Johor Bahru or mostly in Johor Bahru here. Yeah, and in Johor Bahru. Yeah, and one in Kluang. So the last slides, these are the key learnings from my sharing. The first one, great public spaces start with people, not projects. Second one, engagement isn't a process or a task, it's a relationship. Consistency build trust, and then small simple intervention can create big impact. And then the last one, a successful public realm is one that people love, protect, and return to. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. So I think the key learning that Think City brings is, there are times we always say in placemaking, the community is the expert, but at the point, you are also the expert. We bring in planning expertise, we bring in rejuvenation expertise, so that we have to find a place where they both meet. And I'd like to segue into our last speaker, who I call actually a Renaissance man. So Mei Song does everything, and I mean everything, from baking bread to making coffee to roasting coffee to drawing, everything lah, basically, you know. So he has managed to actually bring together architecture and the people on the ground. So his place is not public, but it's a private public place. So can we give a round of applause for Mei? Thank you, to share his learnings.
Very good evening. It's quite challenging to be the last speaker, and I try to convince myself last speaker is always the most important speaker. So bear with me. And I promised Chia Ping that I will finish in 15 minutes on the spot. All right. I think today we have a good day, and we have overwhelming and very informative for all the speakers before me. So I would like to take this as a very casual ending, where you don't stress yourself and just relax and treat as I'm a busybody architect who wake up 4 o'clock in this morning and drove down 600 kilometers from Penang, and listen to all the informative informations, and end up with a little bit of my very personal, but it reflects differently from others. It reflects the end user of it, and it reflects how happiness can actually happen in our soul, rather than a big policy, how much we have. And at the end of the day, we have to do this with very little resources. We try not to use public resources, and we try to do it from what we can and what we can afford. All right. As Chia Ping said, okay, Before I go into details, I think I have to talk a little bit about me. I am a busybody architect who not really satisfied as an architect itself. So my career started with architectural design, and during my midlife crisis, I tried to design my life. And I think that's the most important thing as an architect. But then that's not enough. Recently, during I think before pandemic, we come across an idea of what if, let's say, we can design experience or we did through engagement with community. So that's come into my last chapter of my career, or hopefully not the last chapter, right? That is actually think about how a design of community can actually complement our service as an architect. Yep. Then after we talk about me, and then we have to talk about we. ALM is actually funded by me and one of my very good friends, childhood friend, which is MM, and L is Liu. We know each other before we born because our family are family friends. My grandma and his grandma know each other 50 years before we born. So naturally, we grown up together and set up our own firm, and coincidentally, without any arrangement, we set up our own firm, and that's grow our team from since 2003 to this year. And over the years, we start to migrate our architectural design philosophy from design a building to creating experience, and now curating experience. This is actually a very so-called accidental and also bold move, and it actually is a game changer of our architectural design philosophy. A little bit of example of how we treat our bread and butter and daily life, so that this helped us to survive 40 over staff over the last 23 years. First of all, this is what our bread and butters, and we're creating architecture, we design building as usual. And then next stage is we go into creating experience. So instead of designing a beautiful building, sometimes we start to think about, we focus about what is the human experience, and does the building matters? Can we do a very effective, can we curate a very great effect with very minimum resources? That's something that we are thinking of. And then we start to think about what is experience. Experience is something very intangible, where we cannot catch, we cannot grab it, we cannot express it, there's no KPI at all. So how are we going to explain or convince our client? So that is something very, very fluid and very so-called unsecure if an architect want to step into that. In Cantonese, we call it 捉蟲入屎忽, which we find our own trouble. Is it? The third one, even worse, we actually involve ourselves in curating experience. Creating is something already very complicated, and what about curate? Curate is even more abstract. So, but somehow or other, we step into it, and we have to live with it. So we start our dream of CoX. Of course, CoX is not a straight line. It took us since 2017 until 2022, about 5 years over the pandemics, and before we move into our recent premises, where we had gone through CoX 1.2, 1.0, 2.0, until the last one, 5.0, only we successfully find our good partner. So in between these periods, it's actually we start talking to individual, and slowly we gathered over the last 5 years. We make it a collective effort. So that is not actually sort of like call everyone and they come together. No, it's actually one-to-one, and over the time and many times and back and forth and experimenting, and people don't believe at us, look at us as a blank face or whatnot. So we find, sometimes we find very, in Chinese we call it 怀疑人生. We don't know what we are going, we are doing, but we still pursue. And at the same time, we have also some very good mentor who help us and push us on. So finally, after 5 years of dream making, we moved from our very commercialized office to a very rugged, very down to the earth, a very organic space, which is part of the Hinbus Depot. And we are very happy that we are able to work together with Hinbus Depot and tap into their already matured ecosystem. So a little bit of our location. If you can see this, is Komta. JB got Komta, right? Penang also got Komta. So Komta is our city center, and we are just, you can see it's just a stone throw. Our council is in Komta. Actually, I walk to city council rather than drive there. It's just about 5 minutes walk. So that is pretty much very center of the city. And but you can imagine during those days, this is the industrial side of the city, which is at the border of the city, where we have next to it, you can see the right-hand side, the small tower beside the red box. That is the place of Eastern Smelting, which is the biggest tin smelting plant in the world at that time. So you can imagine that we are squeezed in the middle of the city center, which is a commercial area and the very industrial area, where it's often been neglected when we talk about heritage. Heritage is normally we talk about all the commercial shops, lots, bungalows, but people tend to forget about those dirty industrial area. So that is where we are. And this is Hinbas Depot, and COEX is part of it. We call it the last puzzle of Hinbas Depot because that area has been left over and ran it to scrap metal yards since last few decades until they moved up during the pandemic. So we took that opportunity to work together with the owner. And then the story of COEX. Why COEX? We name it COEX. Why COEX? Because we just do not want to name it ALM Architects, where people don't like to come to an architect firm for community event. But somehow we need to have a name where it can reflect our philosophy. So COEX, we have many co and many X in English words. That means you can have your own composition of your own COEX. We often joke like this is common ex-girlfriend. But our official name on it is community experiment. Community means community, yes, but experiment is something that we want it to be very forgiving. We want to encourage people to come and try out anything that they feel like they want to do. So this is like an open-ended, a gray area, a blank canvas type of setting where we encourage everyone to come in and actually to play around. To us, we have a philosophy. The right thing you do is a wrong thing. If you just want to do a right thing, then you are wrong. Please come and do the wrong thing. I think that is very interesting, and it not only encourage our community friend to come and play with us, but it also help us to actually go all out. We have no worry about making mistake. And in fact, the best thing in the life is actually making mistake. What if, let's say, we're making mistake collectively? That is right? In the process, and in fact, is the law of attractions. I love timber, and all the timber will come to me. People always ask, where you find those timbers? My answer is very simple. Is timber find me rather than I find the timber? So the process of it is not only involve material, but in between is actually involve a lot of hands-on works and passionate people, where we really, thanks to the luxuries of pandemic, we have 1 year's time on sitting, squatting at the side and talking to the material and talking to all the crazy people where they make this happen. It's not about paying them and doing and deliver as what we want, but it's actually collaborating with the craftsmen. And as an architect, there's the first time that I work it reversely. Craftsmen tell me what to do and I provide the drawing. They become my client rather than my vendors. So that is actually a interchangeable roles where I find very interesting and very inspiring as an architect. Okay, then, all right, almost in time, don't worry. Last few slides. If you ask me what is the role of COEX, I think I just put it into 4 major roles. The first role is from individual to collective. COEX is a collective of not only ALM architects, but we have a groups of friends. Some of them actually reside inside the place, as you say. As you see, we have Karak Creations, Filming Incense, CTI Book Island, and we have some communal kitchen, performing space, communal display area. We have exhibition space, aftertaste project, which is a coffee shop, Ombak Potehi, of course our firm, and Ruang Kongsi, a community library, and also a meeting room, blah, blah, blah. Those are the so-called permanent residents, but we have still a lot of collaborators like P-Lab, and many of us here are actually working at Jiaping and working together on project basis. So we never talk to each other for a long time, but suddenly it pop up, then we work something on. So there's no plan, and that's organic, and that's happened very impromptu, and I like that. So sometimes if you have small individual projects, it's quite difficult to attract public, and normally what we do is that we group them together. So a lot of, like for example, this is one of our experiment where we group 8 of different artisans, where we organize a so-called immersive arts program where we bring everyone together and to attract crowds. And sometimes we have different type of artists. We have singer, we have movie, then we have yeah. Yeah. Next. All right. So this is also some of it. And then I would like to talk about the photo at the bottom right-hand side, which other than me is Mr. Tan Sito. He is a landlord. And we are not working together as a landlord and tenant. We are actually collaborators. We are actually working together to curate the communities. And the one at the left-hand side, he is a lawyer. He's also a busybody lawyer. He's a very important guy in Penang, where he actually is a mastermind behind all the art ecosystem. So some of these, 3 of us, actually do very little individually, but we come to when we come together, Chinese say 三个臭皮匠嘛, then we become a better 诸葛亮. So that is the idea of working together. And the second function of COEX is we call it a community living room or a common living room. Why living room? Where you have friends come to your house, where you bring them to? You won't bring them to toilet, right? You bring them to living room. Yes, that is there. I'm proud that it become a living room for many of our community. Like for example, sometimes when come across Kenggo Kuma come to Penang. Oh, when you come to Penang, you want to visit somewhere. Okay, come to our living room. So that is where we can entertain. Then next one. Yeah, and then yeah. Yeah, this is also some of the visit of students, of architects, or even like-minded friends. When they bring, in fact, friends being friends. I think Chia Ping also come to our place by friends, by Sito, something like that. And then Yen Hao from P-Lab, one day he just walked into it, and then we just start to talk to each other, and that make friends. And then from there, he connected to others friends like Professor. So that is how it connected. And it's actually organic and impromptu and unexpected. And that's something that I find that is very fun for me. And yeah, I think some of these few photos, some of you all can recognize you all inside, right? So it's very fun. All these are the record of how we meet individual. And I enjoy that because I find that the connection from human to human, eye-to-eye connection is very important. Rather than we can connect to each other from organization, yes, but then alternatively or ultimately, we need to meet person. The third one, by having all these experiment many times, we will start establish our new cultural narrative. All the while, our cultural narrative had been quite gentrified, has been top down. Our government said we have Malay, Indian, Chinese, it must look like this. So every time we have to dongeng, we have to lion dance, we have to kompang. But what else other than that? I'm not a academician. I cannot tell others. But what we can do is that we just give them a blank canvas. Let everyone come and fight for it. Some of them may be lose, some of them may win, or some of them may change. And actually the cultural scenario is not something very static. It is actually very dynamic. It changes from time to time. So what I enjoy is that, okay, you're looking at your watch. What I enjoy is that I'm observing the process of changing and observing the dynamic in between different groups of cultural groups. And I see how they conquer each other and how it forms a very grassroots type of cultural narrative. This photo shows one of the night where we host a group of Thai children. They come here for the first time of their life. They come from Isan, take 2 days of train. Their first passport shop is come to Penang. And next. Then this is another, we host a night for a semi group from Perak, where this is also the first time they come out from the state of Perak to meet others of community. Then we also host a group of Malay hard rockers, which I don't like it. It's too loud for me, but we have to be forgiving. So that is how we work. And then sometimes we go very weird, this very loud, and there's a lot of complaint from our neighbor. I face a lot of pressure, but we still do that. So last few slides. Then the last one is actually in between we get a lot of recognitions, like have been published by many of the PAM Award, and recently we was invited to Tainan for an exhibition, which is actually we feel very proud with our community, because this display is not about architecture, it's about how architecture engage with community and how community can enhance architecture. It's not architect who design a space, but a community to design their own cultural narrative. Almost finished, last one. Okay, last slide. Our purpose is actually, we want to build a platform and we want to DIY happiness. We want to have a work-life balance. But the side effect of it is very important, which is out of our expectation, is it becomes our source of inspiration of our architectural journey. And it becomes a soft branding of our own corporate. And it actually rewarded us back financially, yes. And also it diverts our service from just an architect to a placemaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Can you stay here? So I'm going to follow an inspired move by Architect May, where I'm going to do a mistake. I'm going to say, can everybody, all the speakers, can you stand here? Because as soon as we sit down, everybody's going to go to sleep. So we stand here, and we're going to do a very quick Q&A. I promise you'll be out of here 6:10, okay? So bear with me. Tuan Haji, silakan. And then Tat Singh and Sharil. So the question I'm going to ask everybody else is, and Sharil goes first because he's had time to think about it. What was the first mistake that you made? And I'm going to ask this why. Because in Asia, we don't like making mistakes because it's tulian. We lose face. And in the not making mistake, we become ordinary. So I would like to take a leaf from someone who's done so many mistakes and how it became extraordinary. So to the speakers, was there any mistake that you did that became the best thing that you ever did in terms of community building? Sharil, first. So next time when people call me as moderator, beware.
Was very difficult questions.
Yeah.
So sorry again, what's the question?
So what is the mistake that you have made where you either had the most learning that became the best thing?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You still need time to think.
Yeah,
okay. May, what is the worst mistake you've made that became the best thing?
Be an architect.
Oh. Why was it a mistake?
Yeah, in fact, architect is not my original intention. I want to be an artist, but my father said, no, you have to be an architect.
Yeah. So the picture that you saw last night with the beautiful painting in the book, that is done by him, right? But also in terms of co-ex, what was the mistake, the biggest mistake you did that became the most beautiful flower? I'm getting poetic here. Yeah? No? Okay. So I'm going to tell you my biggest mistake that became the most biggest flower. My biggest mistake was I thought to join Think City. And because someone said to me, can you join Think City? And I'm like, are you crazy? I don't have any, I'm not an architect, I'm not a landscape architect, but never mind, I need the money and I want to also contribute to the nation building. So when I did it, first month, I came in, I opened the Think City office, I thought, my God, what have I done? I know nothing, I don't know what's going on, but I thought, okay, never mind. I would just do and I will contribute to the nation, and it became a most beautiful flower. So that was the mistake that I made, joining Think City, which became an amazing experience and the best gift of my life. Tuan Haji, ada apa-apa yang susah atau ada cabaran yang dihadapi?
Involved dalam perancangan bandar lah.
Yes, betul. Perancang bandar.
Because after SPM,
yes,
tak tahu apa nak mohon belajar apa ni. Sebab kita tak ada guide lagi, kita perlu orang kampung.
So after SPM, he didn't know what to do because he came from the kampung. Okay, teruskan.
From kampung, so cuba apply ITM, maksud tu ITM
Yeah, so he applied to ITM, this Institute Technology Mara.
Tahun 1988.
1998.
89, sorry, 89.
89.
89.
89, yes.
Yes, 89.
Yeah, masih muda lagi.
Masa tu budak. Jadi saya mohon ada apa dalam borang tu ada buat perancang bandar. Macam menarik ya perancang bandar.
So in the application form there was town planning.
Yes, town planning. Macam interesting lah ini town planning apa tapi saya mohon dapat interview, saya pergi interview. Interview pun saya datang lambat.
So he was late to the interview, but he got into the university, right?
Yes. Then belajar macam menyesal, susah lah pelajaran bandar, you kena study.
And he hated the study because it was very difficult.
Yes. Super macam arkitek pun sama, arkitek pun susah, lagi susah daripada pelajaran bandar. Tapi pelajaran bandar pun susah.
Tapi sekarang macam mana? Macam ada bangga tak?
Boleh lah.
So now he feels very proud to be a planner.
Yes.
Right? So
saya dapat berbakti lah kepada masyarakat.
And he can actually give back to the community.
Yes,
terima kasih. Okay.
I think lebih kurang sama lah. I mean, like, semua more or less the same. But I think because I don't have background in like architectures or plannings. My background is actually engineering. But at first, when I want to venture into placemaking, community buildings, community engagement, so on, I thought it's a mistake because I can't speak. I'm introvert, so it's a bit difficult for me at the beginning. But then I trying to find the sweet spots. But I kind of like found a sweet spot. I mean, like, because I don't have the background in it, and then when I venture into it, it's very challenging. It's very challenging. I thought it's a mistake already, but then because I was driven by ambitious. I mean, like, I want to see something tangible. I want to see something that can benefit to the city, to the community. That's why I want to do what I want to do now. So it's either with Think City or beyond Think City.
Wow, I'm getting goosebumps. I mean, and look at the amazing work that this man has done from not knowing what he was doing and So I like that. Maybe you don't know so you go into something not knowing what you do, right? So in Buddhism, there's a philosophy: empty your cup. And when you empty your cup, you can learn more things, right? So Tatsing, how have you emptied your cup?
By waking up and get on the wrong side of the bed.
So this Kluang River Festival is crazy. What made you do it?
The Kluang River.
The Kluang River Festival, sorry.
I think I go back to your question first.
Yes.
Yeah, my biggest mistake, or rather I always make same mistake over and over again, is I always take in project without asking for how much is the fee. Or do you have a budget? Okay, he's laughing because yes.
I also.
So by the time you realize, I mean, the reality of it come in sometimes it's too late. You're married to it already. You're engaged. Yeah. Okay.
And divorce cannot divorce, right?
Well, so therefore sometimes it drive us into a way how we can break through. That maybe is what we call resilient.
So I think in placemaking, I want to just end it by saying, firstly, go as an empty slate. Yeah. So in India, there's a saying called tabula rasa. empty your mind, empty your slate, go in to be able to absorb. When we go to the community, that's what we need to know. We are not the experts, the community is the expert. So sometimes by not knowing, by making mistakes, the flower becomes a beautiful rose or a beautiful wildflower. So with that, thank you, Tuan Haji Iskandar, thank you, Sharil, thank you, Tat Singh, and thank you, May. And selamat tinggal. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, we're going to have a picture session together with the props. Okay, wait. Okay, thank you to all the amazing panelists. Okay, we're going to have the last closing remarks by Miss Lina, and then represent RAC. Right, thank you.
So I hope everyone has enjoyed the session today. It's been really fruitful. We've learned a lot from each other, hopefully. And I really want to invite everyone, now that the session is over, take some time to please explore Kluang. It's a wonderful town, some great food, very good coffee, like you mentioned. And I think Kluang, this is just a taste of what Kluang has to offer. So please enjoy, everybody. And thank you so much to everyone for coming today. Thank you, YB and the team. Thank you, everybody. Thanks so much to the team. Thank you. Good evening.